All right, hello and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale, the Real Seeker, and today we are bringing in the grand finale of our episode, responding to the Christian apologist J. Warner Wallace, who has taken it upon himself to come out as a Shroud skeptic. About 60%, he's convinced the Shroud's medieval fake and a hoax. To 40%, it could be authentic. And basically, he's done a series of three shows. So Teddy and I have gotten together to respond to the first two parts. And admittedly, in those first two parts, there wasn't a heck of a lot by way of substance in them. It was mostly kind of reiterating his main chief concern that there's a lack of chain of custody. And so we've been kind of dealing with that. In part three, I'm pleased to say I think Wallace actually gets a little more substantive. He gets into a little bit more of the meat, at least on a few different topics. So we're going to be covering that. But this time around, we are joined by another special guest. It's not just Teddy and myself. We have Larry Stalley. Hey, Larry, how are you?
Hey, wonderful. Thank you, Dale, for having me.
No problem. Welcome to the show. And just so you know, I'm coming through loud and clear, right? My volume is good to both of you guys, right? Awesome. All
Yes.
right. Good. I see Blue Tap is saying, Hi, Teddy. I saw you speak at the Shroud Conference in St. Louis last August. So you've got a
Hi.
fan there in the audience.
Thank
But
you.
also, yeah. So Larry, since you are kind of new to this, I kind of wanted to get your take. Have you watched all three of Wallace's videos or just the part three video?
Unfortunately, I haven't watched all three, but I can identify with Brother Wallace my past and how I came to the shroud. So that's why I thought maybe I could be of some use today, some assistance.
Absolutely. And just sort of curious, what were sort of your general thoughts before we get into a lot of the meat and potatoes here? What was sort of your general thoughts from watching part three, at least, then of where Wallace was coming from?
Uh, I really didn't get to watch part three. I've just heard that he had reluctance, particularly about it being a relic. And when I came to the shroud, I think I had a lot of similar feelings being a Protestant pastor.
Yeah,
Um,
that's definitely one of the objections. He lists off a bunch of relics and says, "Well, we know these are all fake, so therefore the shroud is a fake." So that's one of the substantive objections we'll be coming to. But yeah, before we get into that, Teddy, what was your sort of general take on part three? Just some of the highlights, pros and cons, and stuff like that.
Well, I felt that it was first of all, it was quite interesting that he did not address my as a lawyer mentioning in the second show that we did, where we or I took on the issue of the federal rules of evidence, where um, Detective Wallace was saying that, oh, we need this chain of custody. And he kept hammering even more with this third show, the need, the necessity for the chain of custody. And in that second show that we did, I completely show where he's got the rules of evidence all wrong. I guess maybe that's why there needs to be a license to practice law. Um, but I mean, for anybody that wants to, I don't think we need to relitigate the whole issue because I did that fully in the second show. But I explained just in brief why, with the federal rules of evidence and even state rules of evidence, a chain of custody is needed when dealing with tangible evidence that is fungible, meaning like if the police end up arresting somebody and taking cocaine into the evidence room, well, one brick of cocaine is pretty much the same as another brick of cocaine. And so that's what we call fungible evidence, meaning it's, just like a pound of sugar is pretty much the same as another pound of sugar. It's easily exchangeable for one another. And that is when we need a chain of custody, because it's a safeguard because, it's not as if there haven't been police officers in the past who do hinky things with evidence, and maybe for, good motives, like they're convinced that a defendant is guilty, and so they want to, kind of bolster the state's case against a defendant, and so they may do some funny things, or not funny, but hinky things with the evidence. And so this is why there's the importance of a chain of custody, to make sure that the police and that the state have not, once they collected the evidence, that they haven't tampered with it or added evidence into the body of evidence against a defendant. So it's mostly a protection for the defendant. But the biggest thing is I'm sorry?
Just to add to what you're saying, I kind of compared that's more comparable to the STURP scientists. How did they treat the samples once they removed it from the shroud, or how did they treat the cloth? That's more analogous to this chain of custody issue in the courts.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is that where Detective Wallace completely bungled things up is he was applying a standard with regard to chain of custody to the shroud evidence, and that doesn't belong with the shroud evidence. Why? So it talks about the chain of custody is needed and important when dealing with fungible evidence, as I was explaining, but the shroud is not fungible evidence. It's got unique characteristics, and the federal rules of evidence talk about how that's an exception to the need for a chain of custody. When you've got evidence that is so unique, then, a police officer, detective, this, prosecutor, they can't just go and find another one and easily substitute for it when it's something that's one of a kind. And, all of the evidence is such that the Shroud of Turin, the images on it, are one of a kind. Nobody's been able to reproduce it, even though, David Rolfe and some people had put up like $1 million prize for anybody.
Excuse me, $1 million. It's even more than.
But I think they then changed it to $1 million when they made it available to the Americans. And I think that challenge is now over. I heard the reason why. It's because they were actually had that money in escrow, and so finally after a while, the people wanted their money back to use it to invest.
Okay. Teddi, I've got a question.
Sure.
This chain of evidence, as it applies to the carbon-14 experiment, that's always been one of my big problems with that experiment, is that there was a loss of chain of evidence. The three went into the room with the sample.
Correct.
Did you cover that in your previous
I don't think
talks?
we did.
I think we could flip it on, Teddi, can't we flip this on its head, Detective Wallace? That the real problem with the carbon-14 experiment, one of the big problems is there was a broken chain of custody. Therefore, it depends on faith, not science. The conclusion is something you have to trust.
Mm-hmm.
People handled this sample correctly, and there wasn't anything mischievous done. And so I think that's one reason why that experiment is very flawed.
Yes.
Is there was a broken chain of custody.
But also just the inherent limitations of radiocarbon dating, especially when dealing with a very contaminated textile, which is the shroud.
Okay, well, I tell you what, that's a great point, Larry, and it does relate to kind of the first substantive point that Wallace gives. Surprise, surprise! It is again the chain of custody, but there is a little bit of a twist in part 3, because I'm going to play a 3-minute clip from Wallace where he says, look, not only does the shroud have this lack of chain of custody, but he's aware that Pro-Shroud guys try to link it to things. Oh, well, it's linked. We have this evidence from this sudarium. We have this evidence linking it to this relic or and that sort of thing. But Wallace says, even if I grant that, there's still this problem of the chain of custody. So let me just kind of play that.
But again, that's a false requirement or standard that he's even putting on it, because the shroud is not fungible.
The objection, then we'll respond to it, kind of thing. So just so people can hear what Wallace said about it.
Unfortunately, no, I could never.
Are you guys hearing that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Get it in a trial. And the biggest problem is going to be the missing years. And what I want to do in this episode is start talking about what people, and that is it's relics. It's typically some other relic that people will say, that's the shroud. It's just being described differently. And that is the most popular approach that people take. And once you see that the shroud kind of begins on the record formally in 14th century France, the next thing you want to know is, hey, and advocates will say it this way, that, yeah, okay, yeah, we know that there's a history in France, but there's a whole earlier history we can trace back through other relics. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to take a look and see that. Here's the problem. The problem is that each one of those relics has its own chain of custody problem.
Okay, so that's just the short clip as to his objection, right? And he's saying, look, Pro-Shroud guys, they can try to link it to something like the Sudarium of Oviedo or the argument from art history. You know, it's linked to these 6th century coins. But again, those are not in and of themselves proving that it goes back to the 1st century. So even linking it to these relics, you still have the chain of custody problem. So yeah, Larry, I'll start with you, and then I'll go to Teddy, and then I'll give my own answer. But Larry, yeah. I noticed what's your take on this objection, and maybe kind of explain about even the evidence that the medievalists use. They have a chain of custody problem themselves with the carbon-14.
Well, yeah, there's 3 things that come to mind. One is, I think we can flip that on its head. Detective Wallace's problem is people rely on the carbon-14 experiment, and yet there's a big, huge flaw. Teddy mentioned there's just a number of problems with it, but a big one right there is the broken chain of custody. That once the sample was cut, there were the 3 gentlemen who went into a separate room, and I think it was first that one sample was cut several more places, pieces. But anyway, in the room is where things were divided up, put into containers, and labeled. And that day also a medieval cloth was brought, a sample for control, but it was a broken chain of custody. The protocol was everything was to be recorded and photographed, recorded, video, and that wasn't done. And so it's really not a scientific experiment right there when you have a broken chain of custody, and Teddy can comment when it's her turn whether that comes under these rules, because to me it seems like it does. That now the conclusion is based on faith and trust that there wasn't any hanky-panky going on, because now it's the conclusion is based on trust, not science. So I think the whole experiment is flawed just because of that. And secondly, there's a phrase that I think might be applicable here. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. And so I believe the shroud at times was hidden away and then rediscovered later. And I think there were reasons why the early church kept it hidden and secret to protect it. Jesus said, don't give that which is holy to the dogs, and they're going to turn and tear you to pieces, and so it was a holy artifact, and it was something to be treated with respect and reverence, and to be guarded and from enemies who might want to destroy it or confiscate it. And then thirdly is, I'm convinced that we have references to it even in the biblical text. They're hidden, they're veiled, but they're very much there. So those would be the three points of consideration I would give to counter his concerns.
Awesome. Yeah, and at some point, when we get into some of the specific arguments, I'm going to bring you in to present some of your case in terms of the biblical argument for the shroud, because that is something that
Sure.
does place the shroud right there in the first century, just as Wallace is
Exactly.
commanding. But,
Exactly.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, cool. So for Teddy, I'm kind of interested on your take. So we've addressed in detail the chain of custody issue for the shroud, but now Wallace is saying, well, look, even your evidence that you're trying to link the shroud to, they have their own chain of custody problem. So it's just the match. There's no way to prove the shroud goes back to the first century. What's your take on this objection?
Well, that was actually one of the things I was going to mention earlier, that I thought that Wallace was trying to confuse the issue and also simultaneously poison the well by bringing up other relics that I don't know. Is the crown of thorns that was in the Sainte-Chapelle, is that legitimate? I don't know. I've studied it a bit, and I have mixed feelings. I'm not sure. Is the tunic of Argenteuil, is that legitimate? It might be. Is the Sudarium of Oviedo legitimate? I'm pretty confident that it is, but I don't have the degree of confidence that I can make my case to a beyond a reasonable doubt standard. And so I don't use that in my arguments to support the shroud. So I don't think that if we're assessing the shroud and whether it's legitimate, it's not fair game to try to then muddy the waters and poison the well by bringing up other relics that are highly questionable, and especially relics that are not things that are not created by human hands. That's a very important distinguishing factor. So I don't use that, and I felt that Wallace was using that to cause confusion, to poison the well, and I didn't like that, and I think it's irrelevant because I for one do not use any of those pieces of evidence to make my case for the shroud's authenticity. I stick with the stuff that I can defend tooth and nail. And so, and one of the other things that Wallace kept hollering about, is that there's that with the missing years, there's silence when there should have been noise. Well, that's big presumption. There's reason for silence. I mean, Jack Marquardt, he's talked a lot about the discipline of the secret, and Christians were being persecuted, and not only that, but with the shroud, given that it has an image or two double body images on it, as well as blood, there are reasons why that would not have gone over well with a lot of especially Jewish people. And of course, many of the earliest Christians were Jews, and so that wasn't exactly going to be helpful to deal with a cloth that has images and blood on it, when that's something that's, not going to go over well with Jews, given what their rules are with images of God and with blood, and especially blood of a dead person. So there is reason why there would be silence. And so Wallace is making a false presumption that there's an expectation for noise. So I disagree with that.
Yeah, and I think we covered that in part 2 as well, where we went over Dr. Tim McGrew's paper, scholarly peer-reviewed paper, where he talks about how we have to calibrate our expectations to fit the ancient world Modern expectations can't be imposed and forced on ancient writers. They just don't match. They have different priorities, different things they want to stress, even in ways that are surprising to us. We just today as moderns would of course they would mention, Mount Vesuvius erupting. They saw it, but guess what? They don't mention, the main historians don't mention it. It's not on the radar at all. So yeah, I agree with that. And my sort of answer to this main objection about relics. So when I heard this argument, he's mainly talking about what I call the historical anchor point evidences. So things like trying to link the shroud to the Sudarium of Oviedo. And again, he has specific objections for that, which we'll be coming to later on and towards the end of the show. Or things like, we can link the shroud as the impetus for this gold solidus coin that dates back to 692. And in the first place, Wallace is absolutely correct that simply linking the shroud to these objects doesn't yet prove a first century.
Mm-hmm.
Not designed to. They're not supposed to. The point of this is to prove, look, number one, the shroud is centuries older than the medieval period, according to the skeptics, right? The skeptics are the one claiming to know the shroud doesn't exist prior to the 1300s. This was Wallace's claim. And just by proving this link, that falsifies the claim right there. But the problem is, I think Wallace makes this assumption, and he even states it explicitly at one point, where he assumes, well, if let's say 692 for the gold coins or 570 for the Sudarium of Oviedo kind of thing. And he says, well, I'll just grant that. But he assumes that, well, if the Sudarium only goes back to 570, then that's the first time the Sudarium came into existence. There's no proof for that. No, that the proper thing to say is it's the shroud, if it's linked to the Sudarium, that proves it dates to 570 AD or earlier, which is consistent with the first century date. You can't just say, oh, well, the Sudarium was mentioned in 570 AD, therefore that's the first time that came into existence. That's like Wallace trying to argue, well, the first time Dale exists, he did his part one show a couple months ago. So Dale came into existence a couple months ago. And I said, well, that's rubbish, Wallace. I can prove to you. Look, I've got podcasts. I'm on video going all the way back to 2018. It's like, oh, okay, well, you have a chain of custody problem. You came into existence in 2018 then. Well, no, we're friends with Gary Habermas. I can show you emails I have with him going back all the way to 2009. Oh, okay, fine. You came into. The problem is you're not reasoning properly. This is the latest time that we exist. That's all the evidence is proving. Mm-hmm. So that's my first major point. The second major point, as I kind of briefly mentioned, we have Larry Stalley here. There are evidences which do put the shroud back to the first century, which is what he's demanding. So there's at least a couple. There's at least a few. So we have Larry Stalley's arguments from the biblical text. And again, I'm going to, a little bit later on, after some more points, I'm going to let Larry go into his case a little bit there. But we also have all of the scientific dating tests. We have one microchemical test from Ray Rogers, placing the shroud in the first century. We have a total of 5 now physical-based dating tests, 2 mechanical strength or tensile strength tests, the FTIR, Raman spectroscopy, and of course, everybody's aware of the wax, famous X-ray or wax dating, all proving the shroud goes back to the first century, just as Wallace. And again, Wallace mentions the wax dating. I'm not sure if he's familiar with the other dating techniques, but he specifies wax. So that'll be the last topic that we go into, because I've got a lot of stuff to say about his objections on that front. But the point is, we also have various textile arguments, which I would say, if not proving a first century directly, they can be used to prove an ancient date prior to the great crisis of the 3rd century. And that's based on certain textile considerations, as well as one of the pollen grains found in the Sudarium, embedded into one of the bloodstains. So we do have evidence that plugs that gap entirely, goes all the way back to 30 AD. So yeah, those were the two main points I wanted to say about this. So yeah, anything else anybody wants to say before I move on to the next clip of his next point?
I'll just add to what you both said. You know, John Calvin said the shroud could not be genuine, this image, because surely the gospel writers would have made mention of it. And this goes right back to what you've said about expectations and what Teddy was saying about the discipline of the secret. There are rational explanations we can give why the early Christians would have been incentivized not to publicly display this openly. There was persecution. It would have been dangerous as far as the enemies of the faith if they knew about it, and they'd want to maybe hunt it down, come into possession of it, and perhaps destroy it. So it could be dangerous to possess. The authorities would have wanted to crush anything associated or might have evidence for the resurrection. And then also the matter that it would be unclean, as Teddy mentioned, it's a burial cloth. It could be misunderstood. It could be thought to be a graven image. The Jews are very much opposed to images of men, and so possessing this could be looked upon as a violation of the second commandment, and to make a graven image. And yet the early church saw it as something not made by human hands. It was a divine image, much like the stone tablets were written by the finger of God. This image was the imprint, it was a divine imprint. But this could be misunderstood unless people were educated about it. So there were built-in incentives to be cautious as to whom the presence of the shroud and its existence would be made known. And that's why a little later in our discussion this morning, we might present some hidden references to the shroud, even in the New Testament itself. And the reasons why they're hidden is that very, to safeguard it. As Jesus said, don't give that which is holy to the dogs. And what would be holier than his precious blood stained on the burial cloth, an image, God's divine witness to the resurrection. So I just add that. That's all I have for now.
All right, awesome. All right, so let's move on to the second substantive point as I sort of see it, and I'll play just sort of a 4-minute clip from Wallace here, but it's kind of his assumption again that the shroud's medieval, and he says, look, this relic cult, he's sort of appealing to this culture of fake relics everywhere, and and he says, well, what are the odds? We have all these fake relics, and he lists all of these things like the true cross and the crown of thorns that Teddy mentioned, and the tunic and all this stuff, and he kind of says, well, you pro-shroud guys are hypocrites. You assume all of these are fake relics. So the logical thing is we should assume the same about the shroud. What are the odds that the shroud is actually authentic, but all these other things are fake? So let me just play him in his own words so we can see the objection. Okay, sharing my screen. And hopefully that's popping up.
I want to talk about that a little bit. And then we'll go over a couple of other ones, and we'll even talk about the Siderium of Oviedo. So let's hop into these right now. But before we do that, let me just argue that again, I did this in the last episode, and here's why I'm always hesitant to bring in evidence that the defense attorneys can swing at. Because I told you in the last episode, I'll tell you again here, when defense attorneys come after an expert who's testifying on the stand, they are allowed to take the expert as a hostile witness because that expert is testifying to something that's hostile to their defense. And so they are allowed to ask the questions in a very pointed, almost aggressive, leading fashion. And I've worked with some of the best attorneys in America who have done this very well. And even by the way they ask the question, they are able to discredit people without saying it. They are able to ask a question that actually ends up discrediting it. They'll ask it this way. So, Mr. So-and-so expert, by the high Middle Ages, okay, am I right? It was common for major churches to claim that some cloth connected to the Passion of the Christ, some blood, some linen, some headcloth, even full shrouds. That was super common, wasn't it? Well, yes. So there's a pattern here, right? So let's just step back for a second. We see multiple churches claiming unique passion cloths, right? Am I right? Head cloths and blood and linen relics and full shrouds, even face veils. Each has got its own legendary first century origin, right? But all of them have only got documentation from the Middle Ages, right? Yes. Okay, in that landscape, you want this jury to believe that this Turin shroud is a unique one-off miracle that, or when in fact it looks to me, and even by your own recollection here, by your own description, just one more, we have the real cloth claim that an already crowded field. Isn't that really the truth of what we got here? Now you could argue, well, I'm not responsible. No, I mean, but you know.
All right, so I think you guys get the argument there, and so I think I'll go first this time. And just say hello. We got our good buddy Irish. Greetings from Ireland, Dale and Teddy. Love to see you both. Yeah. So hello, Irish. I hope you're having a nice hot cup of tea as you listen to this. He says I'm really spoiling him lately. Well, you guys are worth it. So yeah. So all right. So my general take on this is obviously I kind of raised this in my debate because this is something that James Fedor mentions, right? And he kind of this guilt by association fallacy, so number one, he's assuming all these other relics are fake, and I would agree with him, but I would just say we can't assume that necessarily. You need to decide that on the basis. And again, I'm gonna do that with the sudarium versus the tunic of Jesus later on. But in terms of this guilt by association fallacy, that's a logical fallacy. You can't just assume, well, all the other relics are fake, therefore this one has to be fake too. That's totally irrational, especially when we actually have evidence, direct evidence that can speak to its authenticity. So yeah, I didn't find this argument compelling. For whatever reason, I'm losing my train of thought. I had okay, so yeah, he mentions that there's a ton of cloths out there and images by the high medieval period, the 1300s. There are cloths galore with images on them. Well, really, Wallace, did you actually do your research? Because I don't think you did. So in all of human history, there have been only a total of 4 archaeopoeta images not made with human hands. There are only 4 known to mankind, up from the medieval period all the way back to Jesus. These are the image of Beirut, the image of Memphis, the image of God incarnate, or what Wallace mistakenly calls the image of Cameliana. That's a pseudonym or a misnomer. And then there's the image of Edessa. These are the only images that are known to be miraculous images of one sort or another. And I covered that last time, that by process of elimination, I think we can argue only the image of God incarnate is consistent with a full-length body images. Teddy will be disagreeing with me later on in the show. So that's totally misnomer. And it's not true that by the Middle Ages there were cloths with images on them. Name one that existed prior to the 1350s. Prior to the Shroud of Turin or the Shroud in Leary, there's none. And how do I know this? Because the ultimate Shroud skeptic, Hugh Ferry himself, he likes to argue this, right? He goes for the Quen Quertas ritual, and he points out, look, there were thousands of burial shrouds across Europe for part of this Easter ceremony known as Quen Quertas, and the Shroud of Turin was just one of these. It's an altar cloth used in this ceremony. And of course, Jack Marquardt, in his debate with Hugh Ferry, totally stumped you. He's like, great, can you point to any historical source about all these cloths, all these burial shrouds? Do any of them have any images on them? And then Hugh has, no, there's no mention of, he has kind of egg on his face, and he has to say, no, there are no mentions of imaged shroud cloths. So this assumption that, there are thousands of these shrouds at the time of the 1350s going around. No, there's not. There are mentions of non-imaged cloths being used as part of ceremonies like Quen Quertas, which is one of the Easter rituals, but the shroud is totally unique at this time in terms of having actual images on it. So yeah, and if we go back in time throughout Byzantine history, there have only ever been 4 images two of which are just portraits. And then the image of Odessa, I would argue, is only a facial image. So, yeah, I think this argument just sort of fails. Yeah, Teddy, I'll go over to you next on your take about this objection about, hey, there are tons of these shroud fake relics and other relics that can be disproven, so let's assume the shroud is a fake. You're muted.
There we go. So we know that it's commonly claimed that during medieval times there was this whole, cottage industry of creating fake relics. I'm not sure that has really been proven. I suspect very strongly that what are termed fake relics, for supposedly people to be tricking other people into thinking, oh, I've got a relic and here, pay me a bunch of money so you can put this into your church. And so then your church can draw lots of pilgrims to make lots of money. I'm not buying it. And I'm not seeing the evidence being established to support that idea. What we do know is, for example, Luigi Fossati has written a very substantial paper on known, documented, authentic copies that were authorized to be made of the shroud, where artists would go look at the shroud and do their best. And usually they came out with horrible looking copies. Just take a look at the pictures. They don't look anything like the shroud. Some of them look just like horrible artwork. I think I could do a better job.
And these, just to clarify, these all date to like the 1500s or later. So they're known copies of the Shroud of Turin.
Right. But I mean, that is medieval times. I mean, it's still during medieval times. And the interesting thing is and there's no reason to think that this wasn't being done earlier. I mean, I'm an amateur artist, and one of the things that one of these days when I get a chance to have some time to do that, I'd like to do a piece of artwork trying to do paint the Holy Face. I mean, that's something that's a natural inclination for an artist who's interested in the Holy Face that's depicted on the shroud to want to try to capture its essence themselves. But the thing is that, so when artists were doing this, at least with the documented copies, is they weren't doing this to try to fake anybody out, like, pretending that this is the shroud. No, a lot of times it would sometimes even specifically say on the copy that it's a copy. But the importance of these copies is that they were often touched to the actual shroud in order to become sanctified. And the thing is, so we know with Locard's principle of contact transfer, when two things touch each other, each thing imparts some of itself onto the other thing. Contact transfer. So when a painted copy is touched to the shroud, you're going to get, and we know that there's some scattered pieces of paint, not that can create the image that is seen with our eyes, but we know that there are strange colors, like even I think ultramarine blue. It has a little bits of paint have been found on the shroud. Well, there's nothing on the shroud that looks the color of ultramarine blue. That's contact transfer. But in the same way that a painting that's touched the shroud can release some of, fragments of paint onto the shroud. When that painting being sanctified to the shroud, some of the shroud is then being transferred onto the copy. So then that makes that painted copy a third-class relic because it has been touched to a first-class relic. So to call that painted copy a fake relic. No, it's not a fake relic. It's a third-class relic. It's not a first-class relic. But so you just have to understand what's going on. But people are saying, oh, there were all these shrouds floating around. Well, there's no evidence that this was being done with some sort of a crooked motivation. These were probably copies, the copies that were touched to the shroud, or just even made just so people can get an idea of what the images on Jesus's burial cloth resemble. And there's nothing wrong with people coming to a church, and for, if they want to donate money to the church, well, great. I mean, what church that exists in today's world isn't in need of money from parishioners and visitors to support the church? I mean, they don't run for free. You got to pay the utility bills. You got this, that building. When things start falling down, like the Rose Window there in Liry, France, in Geoffrey de Charny, the church he built, when that broke. I mean, things happen. It costs money to maintain a church. I mean, these weren't huts that were acting as churches. These were churches, and they were done usually in a very nice way, so as to show respect to God by giving best efforts in terms of God's house. Wallace was talking about the pieces of the true cross, and how people love to say, oh, there's so many pieces of the true cross floating around. Take a forest, or I don't know, some sort of smart alecky comment that people like to make about that. First of all, when a church had a piece of the true cross, the likelihood is that it might have been nothing more than a splinter. Well, out of a piece of the true cross, you can have a lot of splinters. And there's something important about paying one's respect to a splinter if it came from the cross that held a crucified Jesus. So there's something very special as to a church wanting to have a piece of that, and for people to want to come to pay their respects to something like that. And no, Dale, nobody's idolizing a splinter. The honor, the respect that we pay to the splinter, it's transferring to God, to the person who was on the cross where that splinter came from. So that's an important distinction. It's not idolatry at all. It's a very heightened, very sophisticated form of respect. One other thing I mentioned, you mentioned in terms of only 4 things with that are not made by human hands. I'm not so sure that it's only 4. I mean, what about, no, I'm not an expert on these, but this is food for thought for people where they can go investigate this further. But we have the curious veil of Manipello, and my understanding is that this has been examined scientifically. They don't see paint, pigment, stain, or dye on it. People, and I think the image is on both sides of the cloth. I think haven't they put light through it to where they can see, kind of like what was done with the shroud, and they don't see paint, pigment, stain, or dye. I mean, it's very strange and very mysterious. And I kind of, I don't know. I mean, take this for what it's worth, because again, I have not studied this in depth. I mean, I've got more than enough to study with just the shroud, but I wonder if the veil of Manipello might be what some people have thought to be the Mendilion. And because I'm not convinced, I'm not so sure. And again, I probably need to do more research. I for sure need to do more research on this to be sure. But a lot of people try to say that the Mendilion and the image of Edessa are the same thing. That might be true. And I'm not sure what the evidence is that explicitly states this. And if there is no evidence, that explicitly states this, then it's a big question that's up for grabs. So if somebody wants to argue that they're the same thing, I would say, can you please show me the evidence that explicitly states that this is so? Because I think there's evidence that they're not the same. And one of the things that I might offer, again, I'm just throwing this out there, is maybe the veil of Manipello is the thing that people are thinking is just the facial image. So again, that's something that somebody would need to do more research on. That's not something that I've spent a lot of time on, but just throwing it out there as food for thought.
And and fair enough. And I just want Wallace to know, Protestants out there to know that, there are differences of opinion within the Pro-Shroud side. I disagree with a lot of the relics. I think they are provable fakes, including the Manipello. And Jack Marquardt really gave the conclusive evidence and proof for that the veil of Veronica and that sort of thing, or the veil of Manipello, they're not linked with the Shroud of Turin and that sort of thing. And I think there's good evidence for the image of Edessa being the same as the Mandy line, getting that name when it came to Constantine. So just wanted to point out, there can be differences. So, if you're a hardcore Bible believing Protestant and you are worried about veneration, the shroud, nothing about the shroud necessitates that kind of act. So, but Larry, over to you on this objection about, Wallace is assuming we have all these other fake relics around, and there's so many imaged burial shrouds by the high medieval period. So therefore, the odds are we should just assume that the shroud is a fake as well. Like, how do you respond to this?
Dale, that particular argument, I think, is quite weak. It doesn't really strike me as having any substance to it. We look today at, there's a lot of counterfeits of all sorts, like a counterfeit Van Gogh painting, or counterfeit documents or coins. You go to a coin shop and you say, "Here, I've got this $2 bill. It's very old. How much is it worth?" Something of antiquity, something that's very important, or a painting. You try to sell a Van Gogh painting, they're gonna, just because there's a lot of fakes out there doesn't mean there's not a genuine one. Somewhere there's a genuine Van Gogh, but there's a lot of counterfeits out there. So personally, as a Protestant, I'm very reluctant to believe in a lot of the relics in the Middle Ages are actually authentic or genuine, but that doesn't mean the real thing might exist. For example, in the first century, there were other men claiming to be Christ. Acts chapter 5 mentions Theudas. Am I? Yeah, I'm coming through now. So there are false Christs in around the time of Jesus, men who claim to be the Christ, and that doesn't mean that there wasn't really one person, Jesus of Nazareth, who was. And so I just don't see the weight of this argument at all. Just because you might have some fakes out there doesn't mean there might be a genuine one.
All right, fair enough. Well said. All right, so Teddi dropped out for a bit. Now I noticed that, you fans. I'm very offended because when Teddi dropped out, we went down to 0, and then when she came back, now we're up to 3 and 4 again. That's what the heck, guys. So Teddi, you're going to need to mute when somebody else is talking because there's an echo when she came back. Okay. So I'm just muting you so that there's no echo. But okay. So anything else about this objection? Like I said, I think we've really kind of covered it. Do you guys want to move on to the next one? Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So the next objection. So now I think we'll get into, he gets into a lot of specifics. He spends I think about an hour, 45 minutes or so on specifically the image of Edessa. And the first thing I just want to critique here is he references, he's aware of other theories, but it doesn't look like he's done a lot of research into things like, so for example, he gets the name wrong. He calls Jack Marquardt's theory the image of Camilliana. And I don't think he realizes that's a false name given to it. in the 6th century. It's actually the image of God incarnate is the true hypothesis as advocated by Pro-Shroud historians. And I just got the sense he kind of really glossed over it and said, oh, well, there's an alternative theory here. But the majority of Pro-Shroud guys go for the image of Edessa, so that's where I'm going to focus my critique. And that's the only hypothesis that he really got into any detail on. So, yeah, because of that, we'll focus on it. But I did want to highlight, people like Jack Marquardt has really laid out an alternative history and historical hypothesis, which is grounded and consistent in a lot of ways with what secular Byzantine historians say, like people like Avril Cameron, for example. And he's done a lot of work. So I think I was a bit disappointed in Wallace for not doing his proper research in covering Jack's theory. But that said, let's go over what he says about the image of Edessa. So let me share my screen here. All right, so this is him kind of summarizing his main issues with the image of Edessa hypothesis.
100, the story has at least been upgraded, actually paints it. And it's not on cloth. It's not a cloth imprint. So all you can really say here by this time, I say 400, the story has at least been upgraded, right? It's upgraded from the letter that is described by Eusebius in, say, 330-ish or so. It's now been upgraded to an image. So the story is starting to evolve. And now this is one of the problems. This is why we like a chain of custody in which the story doesn't evolve, which is why I took the time to show you what are the earliest claims of John. Do they match Ignatius? Do they match Polycarp? Do they match Papias? Do they match then the next generation in Irenaeus? Do they match the next generation in Hippolytus? In other words, if you saw that the first descriptions of Jesus, he's just a lowly preacher, and then you saw that he was working miracles, and then you saw, and by the third generation on, he's now raising people from he's raising himself from the dead, you can see that you would start to doubt that this was part of the original story. Same thing is happening here right before your eyes. This is why a chain of custody matters. Here, the chain of custody, it tells us the story is changing. Let's go to the 6th century. This is the first mention now that this is on a God-made cloth of some source. It comes from Evagrius Scholasticus. He's right around 593. It's the first point at which you get this clearly described image in Edessa, and it's described now as a miraculous cloth image. And it plays a very interesting role. This is what this guy says, is that during the Persian siege of Edessa, that happens in 544, this holy image of Jesus, which is now being described as a God-made image on cloth, was displayed on the city walls, and it is credited with saving the city. Now, this is the kind of earliest reference to a cloth icon related to this image. And it's really functioning here as a protector, right? And it's not described in such a way that you could interpret this as a folded cloth with just the face showing. It really is more consistent with the portrait bust image that was described earlier. It's just now evolved into this in terms of the story. So here we have in the 6th century, the first not made by hands, quote unquote, cloth that people sometimes reference. So it does seem to me that when you kind of put this together in the actual order in which these things occur, using the best sources we have for the order in which these things occur, it does feel more to me like the thing that most skeptics think happens with the biblical manuscripts, that there's an evolving story that becomes richer and richer and richer with time, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why I love that this does not happen with the biblical record. Because human nature is such that this, if it was an invention, it would happen like this. You would see this kind of twisting slowly over time until you get this larger than life thing. But you don't see that with the story of Jesus. So the very reason why I'm so high on the biblical documents is the very reason why I'm so low on these kinds of claims.
Okay, so I think you guys can kind of get his main objection here. And first of all, just a quick correction. and again, it's because he doesn't know the image of God incarnate hypothesis. The earliest mention is actually to an imaged cloth like this, an archaeopoeta cloth. It's actually in the Chronicle of Pseudo-Zechariah from 568 AD. But again, Wallace is oblivious to that. He doesn't know the history of that hypothesis. But in terms of his objection, and Larry, I'll start with you this time. His main objection is that, well, look, if you look at the earliest sources of the image of Edessa hypothesis, you clearly see this legendary development. First, it starts off in Eusebius as just a vision. There's no mention of a cloth, no mention of an image or anything like that, just a vision. Then in 400 AD, you get the doctrine of Addai, where, okay, now you're getting sort of a portrait or something like that. And then it's not until the 6th century, 593 AD, that you get this first mention of the image of Edessa as being a cloth with images on it. So isn't there this legendary development? Like, what's your take on this objection from Wallace?
Well, Dale, first of all, it goes right back to our expectations. We, again, are assuming that there should be outright, clear references to the shroud when we've tried to suggest that there were reasons to keep it hidden, cryptic, veiled, to protect the shroud. And so you do have, like the Hymn of the Pearl, that was written before 224 AD. This cloth, the robe of glory, and it has a lot of affinity, I believe, with what is said about the image of Edessa. You also have the inscription of Abercius, which dates back to the late 2nd century. And it has this cryptic reference as well. And the author, it's his epitaph on stone. It's about a journey he made to a distant land, which is, there's good reason to think it's Edessa, and that he had this large fish he took that he received on his journey, large fish mingled with blood. And how this can be, and I think Jack makes mention of this in his book as well, how that could be this hidden reference to the shroud being taken to convert the king there of Edessa. But I'd like to make one specific comment. Brother Wallace mentioned how he said it's the 6th century before we have a cloth that's referred to as not made by human hands. I would suggest that we actually have it in the Bible. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 11, in a typological reference to the tabernacle of the new covenant, the writer mentions when Jesus became a high priest through the greater, more perfect tent, not made by human hands. And not of this creation, he entered the sanctuary, the heavenly sanctuary. Well, the tent is a cloth. It's a linen cloth. And I believe he's talking there about the shroud. And in my work, I give the exegesis for that. And if that's correct, you have it right there in the Bible, a linen cloth that's described as not made by human hands. So you take it all the way to the 1st century. And in verse 5 there, a few verses earlier, he says, of these things we cannot now speak in detail. Again, the need to keep it hidden and veiled and not just come out right clear and tell you what that typological tent is clearly. It's there's good reasons why it is the shroud. And I don't know if we'll have time to go into detail here, but anyway, that's my rebuttal there. We do have it even in the Bible.
Awesome. All right, cool. And I'll just give my take before going to Teddy, because I know this is the image of Edessa stuff. Teddy is probably going to have a lot to say about this stuff. So the first thing I want to say is, in terms of my own take, I actually agree fully with J. Warner Wallace's critique here, or this main objection, because I don't believe the image of Edessa is the proper hypothesis. I lean towards Jack Marquardt's image of God incarnate hypothesis. And that makes it inconsistent with the, what the Ian Wilson's hypothesis states in terms of the, the shroud being hidden in a wall in Edessa for the first 500 years. Well, that's just mutually exclusive with it being in Antioch and not being hidden in an Edessan wall for the first 500 years or so. So I actually agree. I think there is this legendary development, and this is a criterion we look at in terms of biblical scholarship. And it's one of the reasons there's this criterion, not of disinterest, but like, I forget what it's called now, but there's a lack of developed theology and stuff. And when the Gospels report the resurrection, it's written in very plain language and just matter of fact. And that's a reason it lacks theological embellishment, I think, is the criterion there. And that's a signal that it's because it's going back to a historical original. Whereas with the Shroud, we can see this sort of development. It starts off as a vision. I don't think that's consistent with the Shroud of Turin as we see it. And you can see the development from the middle point, the doctrine of Adai in 400 AD, and then later on becoming this imaged cloth of a facial image only type deal. So I actually agree with Wallace's objection here, which may make me unique. But in fairness, I want to point out I did a show with a non-religious agnostic named John Loken, and he disagrees with me. He actually tackles head on, and he's done the best job. I'll just share my screen and play a couple clips from him where he argues, well, even though the Eusebius thing is just mentioning a vision, it is actually connected to the Shroud of Turin. And let me just play some clips. Let me get the timestamps. So 54 to 56. Okay. So here's my show with John Loken where he's talking about this and linking the Eusebius quote directly. 54 to 56. I thought I had the timestamps there, but
Case of my claim about Eusebius and his passage on the vision of King Abgar, I would say from the outset, that geographically there's no problem at all with that, because we know from later history that there was this image of Edessa, a real, true, physical image of Edessa, namely a face of Jesus in the city of Edessa. And in the legend of King Abgar, that is where the vision also takes place. So there's no geographical discrepancy at all. Also, there is a close similarity between the privacy that was involved in showing or I should say the privacy of the vision in the legend of King Abgar and the assumed secrecy of the shroud in the first few centuries of the Christian era.
okay. And then the next little bit coming up around the 1 hour, 2 minute mark, where he connects.
Another strong point, as I mentioned before, I think, is the privacy or the secrecy involved in the scene. It's a private vision, not a public showing to the common people. As regards the linguistic evidence that I present, there's like 4 or 5 different points of congruence between the Turin shroud and the vision of Abgar. If I had seen just 1 or 2 points of congruence, I would not have bothered even researching it, but there were several. 3 of them are here in that excerpt from Eusebius, and then there are 2 or 3 others as well. Lots of new insights about other issues. The legendary painting of Jesus mentioned in the later version of the legend, called the Doctrine of Adai, and so on and so forth. Let's see. I might now address your objections specifically, and they were good objections, and we agreed on a lot of things. In general, we agreed that the case was not had not reached that of a
Okay, I think the last little bit's 1 hour, 8 minute mark around here.
scene in the sky or somewhere else. Many visions, I think almost all of them are not localized in the Bible and elsewhere. It's just said that someone sees a vision suddenly. Well, in Eusebius, what we have is this strange case of a vision which is not defined, and it's said to be on the face of the apostle Thaddeus. That's a weird scene, and I know that you too find that very strange and very intriguing, and you've wondered what that's about. And
Okay, so hopefully that sort of does. I just wanted to be fair, and I think John Logan has done as good a job as can be done in trying to say that even though Eusebius just mentions this vision, he thinks, well, that's more consistent with the Shroud of Turin, seeing the Shroud of Turin, than an actual vision. And some of his argumentation was, well, it's linked to this geographic location. It's a private vision for the King Abgar. And as a vision, it's weird. It has a spatial location on the face of the Apostle Thaddeus, which is unlike other visions in the Bible. So on this basis, as well as other points, he argues that actually the vision in Eusebius, it can be read as being consistent with the Shroud. Again, I disagree with this reasoning, but I wanted to be fair that there is another side to this. So with that said, Teddy, the image of Edessa, you are a proponent of this hypothesis. So I'll turn it over to you to kind of answer the first, Wallace's objection that there is this legendary development. But then after that, go ahead and take it away in terms of presenting some of the evidence you think strongly favors this hypothesis. And do I have to unmute you or? Okay.
There we go. So one of the interesting things is I was listening to Wallace's third presentation is he actually does at around the 53-minute mark, about 53 minutes and 33 seconds, somewhere around there. He ends up granting that because of the evidence that he's seen, that the Mandylion or the image of Edessa might be more than just a facial cloth, in that it was folded. And so that's actually a very big granting or concession that he made. He then still proceeds to act like a defense attorney and say, oh, here's what a defense attorney would do. And he's always like, oh, we don't want to put any evidence that can give the defense attorney where they're going to attack it. And I'm like, well, a defense attorney is going to try to attack every piece of your evidence. And look at, for Christianity, look at the skeptics, acting like defense attorneys for atheism. I mean, they attack our evidence for Christianity all the time. So I don't know what Wallace is going for. I mean, he tries to make it sound like we can put all of this in an actual courtroom, and you got issues. I mean, first of all, a courtroom setting is not the same. I mean, it seeks truth, but it also seeks to balance everything with protecting a defendant with certain constitutional rights that a defendant has for due process and things like that. So, there are lots of times that very important evidence is withheld from the jury, the finder of fact, if there's a jury trial, that is very important for them in terms of trying to figure out what might be true. But for example, a confession that was gotten under duress or torture, or whatever, but or sometimes a confession might be precluded from being used in a trial because there was some sort of a violation of the constitutional rights. Perhaps the person wasn't advised of their Miranda rights before confessing. And then the jury never sees that confession because it's what we call fruit of the poisonous tree. But was that confession important to a jury knowing the truth about whether somebody, did the crime or not? Well, yeah. So let's not pretend that a jury trial in a courtroom is solely concerned about truth, because there are certain things with due process where that can sometimes get in the way of a jury's truly figuring out what is true. And with a lot of evidence that we use for Christianity, not a lot, but I mean, some of the evidence that we use for it is hearsay upon hearsay. Now, does that mean that it's bad evidence? No, especially if you know that there's no reason to make up this evidence because Christians were being persecuted. So there's no motive to lie about these things. And that's probably one of the most compelling aspects as to why our evidence for Christianity is very trustworthy. But there are some pieces of evidence, like even if you were able to get the Gospels in through the ancient evidence rule, there's still hearsay within the hearsay. So for evidence to come into court, you have to satisfy, if there are several layers of hearsay, each layer of hearsay has to have an exception, like where somebody's got firsthand knowledge, things like that. So anyway, he's taking the courtroom analogy a little too far. The courtroom analogy, in my opinion, is best for when we think in terms of evidence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt, or proof beyond a preponderance of the evidence, or a scintilla of evidence, or probable cause. That's, I think, what's really good in terms of the courtroom analogy and thinking or mindset to think of our evidence in terms of. Now, so anyway, it's good that he acknowledged that the reality that this image of Jesus was probably, I mean, it's a 14, I mean, if we're talking about the shroud, it's a 14-foot cloth. You can't just tote around a 14-foot cloth all the time, okay? Some people have copies of the shroud, or even the genuine shroud, where it's framed. I mean, it used to be rolled up, but now, it's framed. But it's huge. It's, 14 feet long. You can't just move it around. But right now it's got a resting place. But before, it used to be moved around to different places. So, it needs to be folded or rolled. Now, one of the interesting things is Wallace talks about, as he's trying to, act like a defense attorney, poking holes, and he'll frequently refer to the image of Odessa or the Mendelion. He kind of assumes that the two are the same. Maybe they are. Again, I haven't seen, and maybe that's just me not being aware, but I have not seen any evidence explicitly making it totally clear that the Mendelion and the image of Odessa are 100% sure those are the same thing. So maybe it exists, but if it does, I'm not aware of it. And if somebody knows of what that is, what that evidence is, please maybe mention it in the comments section. But Wallace refers to the image of Odessa or the Mendelion. Let's, again, for Wallace's purposes, he's considering those to be the same thing. He talks about it as being a small rectangular washcloth. Now, I don't know about y'all, but most of the time when I think of a washcloth, I think of like a little thing about this big that people use. If you fold that, now what does tetradiplon mean? He keeps saying he keeps saying folded, in 4. And hold on, let me see what. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but I think he just said folded in 4. But that's not what tetradiplon, what the words mean. He's right that it is a compound word that's formed of the Greek word tetra and the Greek word diplon. Now, I speak Greek, modern Greek, grew up in it, I'm ethnically Greek, and diplon, that's the word for folding. Well, when you fold something, it's folded in half. That's the regular understanding. Now, if it's more than half, no, why do we say half as opposed to why can't it be something that's folded 3 times? Well, because then you look at the word diplon, and the di in diplon, that's 2. So when you have diplon, that's like, oh, sorry, that's my dog. So when you have the word diplon, that's folded in 2. If you have, for example, in English, if you want to say something's folded in 3, you would say, trifold. But anyway, so the di in diplon is indicating not just the word fold, but folding in 2. Then you have the word tetra, which is, of course, even English speakers know that means 4. So tetradiplon is a cloth that is first folded in half or 2, and then folded in 4. And I did a little bit of an experiment the other night. Dale, can you pull up those photos? I know that's a pain in the neck, or I can talk while you pull them up, or
I'm live. Also, which
if you could pull out. Well, first let's do the one with the. Let's pretend. Let's argue. Let's steel man Wallace's argument, not straw man. Let's steel man it with regard to the issue in terms of the image of Odessa just being of a face, and that this is just a face cloth as opposed to a full burial shroud, which would be to cover a whole body. Okay, so a normal washcloth, as we said, is about this big, right? From our personal experience. Pardon?
Do you want me to be sure?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you want me to?
You cut out. Did you say to show the images?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. You can, which one you got? With the big red thing with the face in the middle?
Yeah. So you give me instructions.
So yeah, if you could do the one with that's the one. All right, so this, so I'm going to give, the Sudarium Oviedo. If you believe that that's legitimate, which I think there's strong evidence to believe that it is legitimate, and that it was the face cloth that was put over Jesus's face. Now, was it really a face cloth, or was it just a smaller bandana or something that people just put over Jesus's face? Those are not necessarily the same thing. A cloth that is meant just to wash one's face or dry one's face is probably going to be a lot smaller than the Sudarium of Oviedo. But this is the dimension, the rough approximate dimension of the Sudarium of Oviedo in Oviedo, Spain. It's 33 inches by 21 inches. Now, I got a piece of gift wrap paper. I was needing something that was big enough. And I cut it to the dimensions of 33 by 21. I then folded it in half and then proceeded to fold it 4 times. And you can see my fold marks there. Now, I got the rough dimensions for an adult male's face. I mean, it's very rough, but I got another piece of paper that's in the middle, and that's going to be of the face. And I've gone ahead and centered it. But one could argue, well, would the face cloth have been centered on Jesus's face? I don't know. I wasn't there. But you can see just from the dimensions of the of that facial shape thing in the center, that if you put that anywhere on the cloth, I think you're still going to have fold marks all over Jesus's face. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't imagine that somebody's going to just, if they have a cloth with Jesus's face, that they're going to cover up Jesus's face. That just seems very disrespectful to me. If nothing else, if other people did it, maybe. But I can just tell you, growing up Greek Orthodox and raised with this sense of high reverence for things that are holy and displaying outwardly a high reverence for things that are holy, I can't imagine that an Orthodox, upon getting control of the image of Edessa, would fold it up to where they're going to then mar Jesus's holy face with ugly fold marks. I can't imagine that happening. It's like, pass me my smelling salts. I just can't imagine that happening. And I don't think that we have any fold marks. I'm not aware of any. If there are, somebody in the comment section, please mention it. But I don't think that the Shroud of Turin exhibits any fold marks on the face. Now, that second picture is just of a typical dinner plate, just to kind of give you an idea of how large the Sudarium of Oviedo, the cloth, is in comparison to just a regular dinner plate. Now, when you fold the Sudarium of Oviedo in a tetradiplon fashion, look at how small that little rectangle becomes. Now, I ask you, does anybody seriously think that, as Evagrius Scholasticus mentions in his monumental work, Ecclesiastical History, that was written around 593, where he reports that a divine image of Christ used by the Edessans to successfully protect their city during the fiery siege of their city in 544 against Persian King Khosrow, and they were holding up the image of Edessa as a palladium to protect the city. Were they holding up something this big, going around the gates and the walls of the city of Edessa? Is this what they were holding up? I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe if that's the best that they had. But if they had this, wouldn't they have at least come on, unfolded it, and held up? Can you see this, Dale? I guess I'm in the small screen. Can we flip to holding it up so people can get a little bit more of an image? Yeah, and look at that little rectangle. It's the size of a can of a little soda can, 12-ounce soda can. Is that? I mean, why would they keep it folded up to where there would only be the face if it's going to be that small? Now, again, this is how big the Sudarium of Oviedo is. Everybody see that? Okay. Now, if you have the shroud and you do the tetradiplon, this is the shroud. Actually, that's folded. If we could do, when you first have the shroud, you have the full 14-foot cloth, right? When you first do the initial folding, the diplon part, we fold it into two to where you see the frontal body image on the front and the dorsal image on the back. So that's the diplon portion of tetradiplon. Now, what you're seeing on the screen right now, when we have it in the diplon fashion, where it's front and back, this is the first fold. Okay. No. So now we're getting into the tetra part, the first fold. Oh, wait, can you go back, Dale? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is the first of the tetra, the 4 folds. So this cuts the frontal part of the body in half. So that's number 1. Now, can you give us number 2 where that's cut in half? No, not that one. No, not that one. There we go. All right. Number 2. This is that image folded in half. Now, we see lots of depictions of the Mendelion or image of Edessa. Oftentimes it's referred to as the Mendelion, where we see it on a really wide cloth like that, where there's just a head in the center with a lot of space to the right and left of the head. And it's basically, the dimensions are basically just like this. And that's an odd shape for a portrait, because normally when you do a portrait, it's rectangular, right? But this is wide. That's actually more like a really long landscape type configuration for a painting, not a portrait. So I believe that sometimes it was displayed this way where it was wide. But then if you can go, okay, so that's the second of the 4 folds, the tetra part, that's fold number 2. Now, Dale, can you get us, when you fold that so that the holy face remains shown, which is the only respectful way, in my opinion, to fold the shroud, so that the holy face of Jesus is not hidden, but winds up on top. That's a respectful position. And in order to get that respectful position, then you just, with that long rectangular thing, you just fold each side. The first fold is fold number 3, and the second fold is fold number 4, and then you get a perfect portrait of Jesus. Look at that. And now look at also how, interestingly enough, you end up having burn marks to the edge. Now, I don't know, there are issues in terms of the burn marks, whether this was the precise folding of how the Shroud of Turin was in the reliquary during the 1532 fire. I mean, that's really up for debate, because, and I think that there's some merit to the question that maybe they don't line up, but I would still need to examine that further, and I just haven't had the chance to do that. But maybe somebody can, or I can at a later point in time. But it's still awfully coincidental, and I think it is indicative that however it was that the Edessans displayed the image of Edessa during the siege of Edessa in 544. Now that, and I think, did I say, was that, I think 22 by 22, if I remember correctly, Dale? I think that's the image. I don't have my notes in front of me right now, but I think that's the image of the square, that it becomes 22 by 22. Now, I can totally see someone holding that, and it was Bishop Eulalia or something like that, that was holding that image of Edessa up, walking around, parading it around the walls of Edessa as it was under siege, using it as a palladium to protect the city with the image of God. And as an Orthodox, that brings to mind what you will see on Sunday and during the divine liturgy, which is when the priest will come out and he'll hold up the Gospels, and he'll hold it like this, usually with arms outstretched above his head, and he walks around the church holding it. And that holding up that Gospel is symbolic of the Gospels. There is symbolic, as an icon of Christ, and he's walking around that, and that just brings to mind to me the bishop walking around with the image of Edessa during the siege. Was he holding up something like this with a folded image of Christ where you can't even see his face? I don't think so. Was he holding up a full-size image, like this big thing? Maybe, but that's pretty cumbersome too. But if it's the shroud, it becomes a wheel, especially if it's in a reliquary, something that can definitely be held up like this, and somebody just sees the face. Now, somebody might say, well, why not display the whole thing? How are you going to display a 14 by, 3.5 foot sized cloth to parade it around? That'd be a little difficult. And anyway, we don't need to see the whole cloth. The power is in the face. The power is in the holy face. And so I can just see someone holding that up. And again, just, when I think of what goes on in the divine liturgy and an Orthodox liturgy where they hold up the Gospels, it's like I'm seeing Bishop, was it Eulalio, holding that up during the siege of Edessa as a palladium. Now, the other thing is, I can't remember the name of the paper, but there's a paper out there, and I think it's by John Jackson, where there's discussion about how there seems to be a halo when they look at the Shroud of Turin, the cloth itself. There seems to be a change in the color, kind of in a circular way around the face, which is evidence that the shroud may have been, when it was folded up to where you just see the face, and whether it's folded up in the smaller 22 by 22 inch square, or whether it's the more elongated version, like what we frequently see in depictions of the Mandylion, it does seem to be evidence that there was a circular opening for the holy face. And why wouldn't there be? Of course there would be. I mean, that just makes sense, but they see a difference in the color of the non-image cloth in that sort of like what seems to be a circular area, and then what goes beyond that circular area. And I wish I could remember what the name of that paper was. Maybe we can find it and then append it to the show notes later on. But so that's further area that the shroud was in a reliquary. And of course it's going to be in a reliquary. Nobody's going to just keep the burial cloth of Christ just laying around. I mean, they're going to put it somewhere. They're going to treasure it. It needs to be someplace respectful. And, and for sure the Orthodox are big on their reliquaries and things like that. So
I have a question,
sure.
Teddy. While I ask it. So now, given that layout that you've got there, it's not just a facial image, though. I mean, it's got the full top half of his chest, shoulders, and the top parts of his arms as well. So, like, how would that lead to people just saying it's just a facial image then?
Are you talking about when it's folded in the tetradiplon fashion? I mean,
yeah.
Can you go back to that? Because I don't see all of that. I just see a kind of like a floating head. I mean, I pretty much just see a floating head. Don't you?
I see body.
I mean, I think that you're seeing the body because you're accustomed to seeing the whole shroud and the context of all of that. But like if you just saw that, and especially to someone who's never seen the whole body, what is pretty clear is that there's a head. The other stuff is a little bit hard to tease out, especially without the context of the body. And you'd kind of, I think, have to have some knowledge about things. But if you just saw in a reliquary, but also we don't know how much of that was showing through. Again, there's evidence that there was a circular opening. So we don't know how much of that could even be seen when displayed in the reliquary. That probably just cut it right off at the face.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. So that's fine. Okay. So you've gone over the tetradiplon issues that Wallace covered, and you've come up with a way you think is historically plausible to understand it.
On the tetra, somebody has argued in a paper, I think it was a Spaniard, and he was saying that in Syriac it means square. Well, when you fold the shroud, as I folded it in fold it in half, the diplon, and then fold it in four, you do get a square. But aside from that, but when it was translated into Greek, for like where the word tetradiplon appears is in the Greek text where it's being translated from the Syriac. Now, if somebody had argued that, oh, that just means square, but the word for square is tetragono. If they wanted to just say it was square, they would say tetragono, which means four angles. But they were saying tetradiplon, so it's folded in four. It's not just square. So anyway, I'm sorry. I wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So I do want to bring review. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So, and Teddy, did you get a chance to actually address Wallace's main objection here about the legendary development? Did you give an answer to that in what you presented, or?
I can't remember if we did in the first and second show or not, but I can speak to it now.
Yeah, very cool.
So it's like we look at Gregory Referendarius' sermon, and that's what I put a lot of focus on. And even in his sermon, he talks about the legendary development of the image of Edessa and the doctrine of Adai and the Acts of Thaddeus. He gets into that, and he tries to make sense of what's in that. And I would say that, like with Detective Wallace, I mean, he'll be the first to say that, when you interrogate witnesses to a crime or an event, it's not always going to line up the same way. And he said, and others, he's not the only one or the first one to say it, but witness testimony, there will almost always be some differences. But that doesn't mean that they're lying. I mean, sometimes people are just in error, or maybe their vantage point didn't reveal as much as what somebody else's vantage point reveals. So I think that same charity has to be given to the stories of King Agbar and the interactions with his request from Jesus and what was given to him. I mean, I think that there is a lot of truth in what these stories are telling us. And I don't really like the word legend. I think that there could be errors just because, and that's the problem with hearsay evidence, is that it tends to be filled with errors. And that's why lawyers like having a witness on the stand with firsthand knowledge where they can put them and subject them to cross-examination so we can get the full picture, or at least a much fuller picture of what they know, what happened, challenge them. But we can't do that with when somebody is reporting. When you look at the doctrine of Adi, that's not a firsthand account. That's not the person who experienced it, King Akbar or Adi writing down what happened. That's somebody else writing it. So there can be some play. So my point is, don't focus on that. And Gregory Referendarius, the Archdeacon of Hagia Sophia, in his sermon, he's looking at that. But here's what we have. This is why I'm so fond of Gregory's sermon, is that we have. I'm sorry?
I was just saying, try to be brief about the great, because I do want to bring in Larry. I want to be fair to everybody. So
with Gregory's sermon, here's Gregory. There's only one copy that exists of his sermon, and it's not the original autograph, but it's not too far off from when that was. But we're having Gregory's own words written by him telling us about the image of Edessa that was just acquired by the Byzantines, by the Greeks, and brought to Constantinople the day before his sermon. Now, do we have clarity as to whether Gregory himself saw the image of Edessa? I don't think we have 100% evidence, direct, explicit evidence of this, but given his description of it and given his position as referendarius, that's basically a liaison between the church and the emperors. And so he would be the person that they'd be in contact with. So given how breathless his sermon is and how exuberant he is, and his description of how, this thing, it looks like a painting, yet it is not. And all of the descriptions, which we got into with the first part one. So since we're in a hurry, I won't repeat all the things that I mentioned in part one of the Wallace review show. But for people who want those details, please, where I read directly from Gregory's sermon, please go and look at that. But here we have somebody who is directly talking about a cloth that the Byzantines just gave up 200 important prisoners, Muslim prisoners of war. They laid siege against Edessa, told them, give us the image of Edessa or else we're going to invade you. And if you peacefully give us the image of Edessa, we will not invade you. We will promise not to invade you in the future. We will give you 200 of the prisoners of war that we've captured of yours. We'll give them back to you, and we'll give you, what was it? How many pieces of silver was it? Where is it? Was it 10,000 pieces of silver? 12,000 pieces of silver. And so they wanted this cloth because they knew what was on it. They knew the Byzantines, because Gregory even talks about how 3 archbishops, I think, had gone to the archives in Edessa and read. They knew what it was, and I'm sure they saw it. so they knew what they wanted and they got it. And Gregory talks about it. And so that's why I think his description is so important. And it is, but one other thing, well, okay.
I gotta be fair.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So let me mute you. So, Larry, are you still alive? Are you still there? Or?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm here.
No problem. I knew that was, I was going to give Teddi disproportional amounts there because I think she is an advocate of the image of Edessa, whereas I'm an advocate against it. And I think, just out of curiosity, where are you? Because you're kind of in the middle. I find, like, where are you?
Well, yeah, I'm kind of in the middle, but no, actually, I misspoke because much of what I said, like I mentioned the Hymn of the Pearl, the inscription of Abgar, to me, those correspond to the legend of King Abgar, that inscription of Aberceus. And so my remarks were, I think, more in line with you and John Logan. I think that the inscription of Aberceus, the Hymn of the Pearl, that there's a good case, and Eusebius, he makes mention of it twice. It seemed very important to him in his introduction. He mentions this legend of King Abgar. And so I think that probably is the shroud that's taken to that king, but it's not left there like Jack says in his work, Markward, and I think you agree with that probably in Antioch, when that bishop lost his life because he hid a sacred object of some kind, a priceless possession of the church, that was probably the shroud, and it was rediscovered during the rebuilding of the wall in the 6th century and probably became what the priest paraded in Cappadocia, the image of God incarnate. So that's sort of where I am.
Just to clarify, when you say King Abgar, are you saying you think it was in Antioch and then it went to King Abgar the 8th in the late 2nd century? Because that's what Jack argued.
Yeah, that's where I lean. Yeah, I think Jack makes a good case, and I think that lines up then with the inscription of Aberceus, as well as the Hymn of the Pearl, who was probably written by someone who knew the king quite well in childhood.
Okay, and then from there, just to clarify, sorry, because I'm interested in your position. So once it was taken to Edessa in the late 2nd century, it stayed in Edessa there, whereas Jack and I would say, no, it was taken back to Antioch, kind of thing.
Well, I agree. No, I agree with you and Jack. I think it was just there temporarily and taken back at Antioch, where when the Julian, the pagan emperor I think it was 362, when the church there of Apollo burned down, he blamed it on the Christians, and he closed the church and confiscated their holy objects, that it was the shroud that was hidden that the bishop wouldn't disclose and then rediscovered in the 6th century. So I think I'm right in line with you and Jack on that.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was good to clarify that. Yeah, so you are an image of God incarnate thesis.
Yes.
So yeah, I wanted to give Teddi a fair shake because I wanted somebody to defend the image of Edessa hypothesis, since that was what Wallace really attacked for the most part. He kind of left the image of God incarnate alone. I don't think he really knows anything about it, that hypothesis. So yeah, let me ask you, Larry, because again, I want to be respectful of your time and make sure you have a chance. I was planning to go to the Sudarium next, but just in case, if you're limited on time, I want to make sure you have a full chance to present the Bible. Like, what are you limited on time, or are you, like me and Teddi, we usually go 3 hours with these things. But
no, I'm fine. But let me make. I'd like to acknowledge a comment there by Blue Tap 77. She made a comment. She said, Larry Stalley, honestly, it seems that the presence of copies is evidence that there was probably an original. I think she's exactly right. I think that's a great comment that she makes, that if there's copies being made, there's probably an original. Just like if people are copying a Van Gogh, there's probably an original Van Gogh out there. So I think that's a good comment she made.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, I tell you what, Larry, yeah, you've been patient with that. So you know what? Let's go to your case. There are two main evidences which, in terms of this chain of custody, totally refute Wallace, and we can place the shroud back to the 1st century. I'm going to be covering the scientific end later on in this show with wax and stuff. But for now, I want you to kind of take some time to give your case. Maybe 20 minutes or so. I think that's what I gave about Teddy. But yeah, up to 20 minutes or less and stuff. Make your case. Does the Bible, the New Testament, actually speak not just of a burial shroud? Obviously, that's in the Gospels, but shroud images in any sense?
Yes, I certainly believe it does. Now, in fact, I believe there's good evidence that no less than 5 of the canonical authors make reference to the shroud, although it's in a veiled manner. And it's veiled because, as we've talked about, there would have been the offense of nakedness. It could have been easily misunderstood as a graven image. Christians could have been accused of idolatry. There's the scandal of the cross. Your leader was crucified. So the image could easily be misunderstood, and it was an age of persecution. And the authorities, if they knew about this, would want to confiscate the cloth and destroy it. So there's many reasons like that to keep it hushed, only to the initiated, only to the insiders, for the most part, at least. I think very restrictive in that sense. And so the 5 authors where I think we actually can make a strong case would be Matthew, John, Paul, and then we have the letter to the Hebrews and Luke. I think we have 5, which is really, I think, quite astounding, but it's an astounding witness that God gave the church. And I don't think enough believers understand we have a great piece of divine evidence, God's own testimony to the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ. And since I've only got 20 minutes, I did mention the letter to the Hebrews. That's, I think, the most involved typologically. Now, my exegesis suggests there's 2 hermeneutical practices or principles that were used by early Christians as they understood the shroud. First, there was biblical typology. That's how they read Scripture, was through types in the Old Testament. And we're told by Luke in his Gospel that after the resurrection, Jesus took his disciples aside, and from the Scriptures, he explained to them all the things concerning himself. So we're talking about typology. The second hermeneutic was tabernacle theology. And that's the most involved in the letter to the Hebrews, particularly there in chapter 9 and in chapter 10, where he talks about the tabernacle, the greater, more perfect tabernacle of the new covenant. And I make a case, and I think the evidence is quite strong, that there are 7 objects associated with the tabernacle that are seen as the foretypes of the shroud. They foreshadow the shroud as the greater, more perfect tent. And those 7 objects could be the tablets of the law that's mentioned in chapter 9, verse 4. Those twin tablets had writing on them that were by the finger of God. And when the greater, more perfect tent is mentioned, it says not of human hands, akairopoetos, which becomes later in the 6th century, that rises, I believe, with the image of God incarnate and such. And I think the book of Hebrews is the one that originally used this in reference to, more than anything, the shroud and its image. So just as the stone tablets were written by the finger of God, so this image is divinely imprinted. You've also got Aaron's rod there in verse 4 that budded and came back to life. And in the Old Testament, Aaron's high priesthood was rejected, and as a sign that he was God's chosen high priest, each of the tribal leaders were to put their walking stick in the tabernacle overnight. And to their amazement, the next morning, it was Aaron's rod that had a sign of new life on it. It budded, it had almonds on it. And that was God's witness that he was the chosen high priest. And so in Hebrews there, a few verses later, it says that when Jesus appeared as a high priest with the greater, more perfect tent, one way that could be understood typologically is Jesus was rejected as a high priest, but he's God's chosen high priest, and the witness to that, just like Aaron's rod gave sign of new birth the next morning, so in the tomb we have this image on the cloth that Jesus has been resurrected. He came back to life again. And there's others there. There's the mercy seat. The tabernacle has two compartments. There's the holy place, which is, I believe, one way you understand the tent in verse 11 there. And the other is the most holy place. That's the inner sanctuary. Well, in the Gospel of John, we're told that when Mary went back into the tomb, she saw two angels there where the body had been lying, one at the foot and one at the head. Now, this is the language of the mercy seat. In the book of Exodus, there is to be this Ark of the Covenant, and it'll have a lid, and you put these two cherubim, fashioned them, I think, was out of gold, and pretty sure it was. One at one end, it says, and one at the other end. And so John is speaking typologically here of the stone bench where Jesus' body was laid, that the cloth that set upon that was the mercy seat stained with the blood between the two angels. And so if the tomb then typologically is understood as an earthly holy of holies, what was the holy place? Well, that's the shroud. And when Christ went through the curtain into heaven, he was going through his shroud. So in Hebrews, the shroud is a type of the curtain that's mentioned there, especially in chapter 10 of Hebrews, verses 19 through 20, where Christ went in to the presence of God through the curtain. And it says by means of his flesh. His flesh went through the shroud, and that was typologically of going through the curtain and entering the heavenly place, which in Judaism, especially Hellenistic Judaism, we can see this in Philo, his writings, the curtain of the tabernacle was considered the boundary between earth and heaven. And when the high priest went through the curtain in the tabernacle on the Day of Atonement, he was entering into the presence of God, and his vestment that day was left behind. It was only worn that one day and left in the tabernacle because it entered into heaven. It wasn't just earthly anymore. And so it's interesting that the Shroud of Turin has the very properties of a high priestly tunic. It's to reach down to the feet. It's to be stained with the blood of the sacrifice. It's to have a special weave, and it's to be made of special fine linen. And all these characteristics of a high priestly garment worn by the high priest on the Day of Atonement are there with the linen shroud. And so that's another type. So anyway, there's a number of, that's the way the book of Hebrews and typology, how the early Christians understood this. And it says right there in verse 5 in that text, of these things we cannot now speak in detail. And I suggest to you the reason for that, again, is the felt need to keep this hidden in secret. Now, let me give you, I think I've got a few more minutes, because I want to give you the easiest one, I think, to understand and to really show the credibility of my thesis, and that is Matthew. Now, Matthew twice mentions the sign of Jonah. It's in the context of his opponents not accepting his authority. He's just performed, chapter 12, he's just performed two spectacular miracles. He's healed a man of a withered hand, but because he did it on the Sabbath, they say, "Oh, that can't be of God. That must be of Satan." And then then he performs an exorcist, and they don't believe that. And they say, "Well, you're just doing that by the power of the devil." And they say, "We got to see a sign. We want to see a sign from heaven." And it's got to be something like in the Old Testament, was it Elijah said he had a bolt of lightning come and consume the sacrifice on the altar, and that was a sign from heaven. We need something like that. Now, these texts that there's several of them that I want to emphasize there's no consensus in biblical scholarship what that greater, more perfect tent is. Okay. Likewise, with the sign of Jonah, there is no consensus of what that sign is today. Now, a sign, a semeion, is a visible. It's a visible mark. In fact, the word semeion comes from sema, meaning a mark, and so your signature is a mark. It signifies, a signal is a sign. The ornament on your car or the emblem on a ship, the insignia, is a mark, is a sign of what kind of car, what kind of ship, was it, or a flag, what country you're from, or that ship. So the rainbow in the sky is God's visible mark after the flood, and it's to signify something. So when we're talking about a sign of Jonah, first of all, we're talking about something that's visible, a visible mark. Now, the interesting thing, one interesting thing about Matthew here is that he writes years later. Most theologians would think it's much later, a few decades later. Well, it may not have been later than 70 AD. It may have been earlier, but at least everybody's in agreement. He didn't write it the next year, 5 years, 10 years. Years have passed. So I would suggest you think about that. If that sign had not materialized, then it would have been a false prophecy. Yet Matthew makes mention of it twice, chapter 12 and then chapter 17, the first 4 verses there. Now, why would he mention it twice if it had not come about? If he didn't know what it was, he would not have made reference to it. That gives validity to it having occurred and not being a false prophecy, because people would have said, well, no sign ever came. And so he must have known what it was, but for some reason he didn't tell us. He kept it hidden. Now, Matthew gives us the clue, the sole clue we have to its identity, and that is where he says, just as Jonah was in the belly of the sea monster for 3 days and 3 nights, so the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, some people say, okay, well, he was in Hades. Well, okay, maybe Jonah was. He in his prayer he makes mention from the depths of Sheol. He prays to God, but whether he died or not, the point is his body. He was in the belly of the fish physically, whether it was a corpse or he was still alive. As Jonah was in the belly of the fish bodily, so the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth. So we're not simply talking about where his spirit was, whether he went down to Hades when he was in the tomb or not. We're talking about where was his body. And so most people would say, well, okay, he was in the tomb. But I would suggest that's like saying Jonah was in the ocean. See, there's 3 places when we say he was in the belly of the fish or he was in the heart of the earth, the corresponding typology, we're talking about a place. So the key to solving the sign of Jonah is to identify the place that Jesus calls the heart of the earth. Not just the earth, but the heart of the earth. And so I would suggest that the typology of this, it's really not that difficult. That there's 3 places that are mentioned that are certainly present in the story. even if Jesus didn't mention it in the text, we know the ocean is involved in the story of Jonah. And we know that the 3 days and 3 nights is going to involve a tomb, even though the passage doesn't mention the tomb. The passage also doesn't mention the burial cloth. So people will say, well, he was in the tomb. I think he was. I think he was in the tomb, even though the passage doesn't mention it. I think Jonah was in the ocean, even though it doesn't mention it. It mentions a great fish. So all we need to understand is that there are these localities, this spatial place that's involved in these twin stories. There's a parallel between the story of Jonah and the story of Jesus being 3 days and 3 nights in the tomb. And here's the easy way to think about it, is that there's a twofold there's a twin captivity, we'll put it that way. 2 places of captivity, one within the other. Jonah is he's held captive in the ocean within the belly of the fish. And Jesus is captive within the tomb, but he's within the burial shroud. So there's a twofold captivity that each one needs to be freed from, needs to be delivered from. And so just as Jonah was in the belly of the fish, which was within the ocean, Jesus is within the burial shroud that's within the tomb. And so it's the shroud that gives us the place that Jesus was in during the 3 days and 3 nights. And lo and behold, what do we have at the end of 3 days and 3 nights? With the burial cloth, we have an image. We have a divine image. We have the sign from heaven. Now, it's important to note the how they function. The reason when he asks for a sign, he says, no sign will be given to this wicked, evil, or this wicked and adulterous generation. So the sign is to function judicially, which may be very pleasing here to Teddy, being a lawyer. That's the function of a sign in the sign of Jonah, is to function as a witness about that generation and what they did to the Savior. They're Christ. God sent his son, and what did they do? They crucified him. And here's the evidence right there on this image. It's a damning piece of evidence. And so it says in the pericope there, it says that the men of Nineveh are going to rise up at the judgment against you, against this generation, because they had someone, they had Jonah come, and someone greater now is here, and so they're going to stand as a witness against this generation. And then in the secondly, he says the Queen of Sheba, she's going to stand up against this generation as a witness too. So what we have here is the sign of Jonah needs to function as a judicial witness. It's God's own witness. 2 or 3 witnesses are needed in Jewish jurisprudence to make the conviction. And so you've got the men of Nineveh, they're one witness, and you've got the Queen of Sheba, she's a second. And so what this sign of Jonah functions is God's own witness that joins these other 2. You've got 3 damning witnesses here against the wicked generation. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm not talking about any Jews today. I'm talking about that generation in the first century that crucified their Messiah. There's a piece of evidence that God has left condemning them, judging them, or will be evidence against what they did. That's how it functions. And so the image on the burial cloth fits all the boxes. When was the sign given? At the end of 3 days and 3 nights. Where was Jesus at the time? He was in the burial shroud. What was the sign? It's the image left behind. How did it come about? It was by the hand of God. It's a divine witness. And why was it created? It was created as a witness against that generation.
All right.
So anyway, that's my piece on Matthew. I think Matthew knew what it was, but he just left a veiled reference. He didn't identify it, but it's a semeion. It's visible, objective. It's capable of testifying against that generation as evidence.
All right, perfect. Yeah, thank you so much there, Larry. Yeah, it's yeah, just wanted to make sure I gave you your chance to also give your case, because you are known quite unique in the Pro-Shroud world, and you've actually written a couple books, which I was honored to write the foreword for one of them, where you give the details on all of your argumentation and that sort of thing. And important to note, just for the audience, before I go over to Teddy for her take on this.
Thank you, Dale. Let me give the name of that. It's going to be published soon. The manuscript is finished. It's called The Veiled Witness: How the Shroud Was Understood by the First Christians.
And you cover several biblical texts, not just the two that you kind of covered in your presentation there. You go over, I think, about, is it 8 or 9?
It could be. There's 5 writers, but yeah, we've got probably 8 or so, 8 or 9. I'm not sure how many I put in there.
Awesome. All right. Well, Teddy, you've been waiting very patiently on your end there, and so obviously you're still awake. So I wanted to go to you. What's your take on Larry's argument? Do you think there are these cryptic mentions of the shroud in the New Testament literature itself? Because that would certainly, stick it to Wallace and plug that chain of custody gap that he keeps yapping about. So I'm gonna mute you.
Oh, there we go. I think Larry makes some really great arguments, and I find them very interesting, and especially about what he was saying concerning the priest's vestments, and I found that to be very, very compelling. And God, he does give us signs. And look at Jesus's preaching. I mean, there's always, nothing is ever just clear cut and straightforward. I mean, that's how he teaches us. And he does that, I think, to draw the people who are interested in drawing closer to him are going to take what he says where it's not totally clear, and then they're going to start thinking about it and wondering about it. And God wants us, I think, to be involved in that process. So to me, I find that what Larry's mentioning, it definitely, I guess we can't know for certain, but I mean, it sounds, very viable to me, especially I like that one about the vestments. I have a question for Larry concerning the issue with the tent. As I was, thinking about that, I was thinking, well, we know that the word shroud or sindon is sometimes used to describe a sailcloth or a really large cloth, or for example, even in modern Greek, when you talk about a bed sheet, it's called a sendoni. There's the word right there. And a tent is made of a large cloth, but I started thinking, but there's something even more interesting about using the word tent. And I don't know what Greek word, I don't know if you know offhand what the Greek word that was used that has been translated as tent, but even let's just say it's a Greek word that specifically means tent. Even that choice of words would be very interesting and symbolic in that what does a tent do? It's a large fabric that covers a person. Sometimes I guess it could be one person in a tent, maybe several people, but it's a fabric that covers people, especially for their protection against the elements. But so I don't know, that word tent really got me thinking. So I'm curious, Larry, what do you think about that?
Larry, I'll mute Teddy. Larry, you're muted. So if you're talking, unmute yourself. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Teddy. Yes, skini, the Greek word there for tent, is used later in the book of Hebrews for the patriarchs who lived in tents. Isaac and Jacob and whatever. And when I went to the Holy Lands, there were the Bedouins out in the desert still living in tents. And so as I would think of it, a tent serves two purposes. You mentioned one, it's a covering. And the second, it's a place of abode, usually a temporary place of abode. It's portable. And the tabernacle was it was a movable tent. So the shroud served those two functions for Jesus. It covered him, and it was his temporary residence for 3 days and 3 nights. So it functioned in that sense as a tent. So, yeah, I think there's just several. There's as you mentioned, the vestments. What's interesting is Hebrews chapter 9, verse 11 in the Greek there. You check out the preposition, how dia is used 3 times there in verses 11 and 12 in a chiastic structure, syntactic structure. And that first one, you can take it either as a locative, a space, and it becomes the holy place in the first compartment, because in verses 1 and 2, he mentions there's 2 compartments, 2 tents. He uses the same word. He says the first tent is called the holy place. Then verse 3, he says there's a second tent beyond the curtain, and that's the Holy of Holies. And then that parallels with verses 11 and 12, that's the old covenant, he says. Now in the new covenant, he mentions in verse 11, the tent that Christ went through, dia. When Jesus appeared as a high priest through the greater, more perfect tent. So I'm thinking of the resurrection when Christ went through the shroud. See, now most people will take that verse and think of the ascension 7 weeks later. But where was his sacrificial blood 7 weeks later? Because it mentions right there in those 2 verses, with his blood. And in a chiasmus structure, syntactic structure, it parallels with tent. You can see this in my book. And so again, being the mercy seat, it's stained with blood right there, the sacrificial blood. And so the tent that he went through functions also as the curtain. That's another type, another object. The curtain is still the shroud. That's a common wall between the holy place and the Holy of Holies is the curtain. And that's a common wall in the tomb. The shroud, when Jesus went through, he's leaving the holy place into the Holy of Holies. And there's an earthly type then, and then the heavenly. He ascended, of course, into the heavenly one. So let's see, does that help to answer what you've... Oh, so the preposition, what I want to say, also could be understood instrumentally. It's been very carefully constructed. And so some people will take it as a instrumental preposition and say, not through, but with, when Jesus appeared with the greater, more perfect tent. And so a lot of people say, well, then he was a resurrected body. But there's a difficulty, especially with that in chapter 10, verse 19 and 20. It says his flesh went through the curtain. Well, his flesh can't go through his body. So anyway, if you understand it in an instrumental sense, when Christ appeared with his burial cloth, or with the tent, or with his vestment, as you say, in other words, how can Christ appear as a high priest if he doesn't have the proper Jewish vestment? He can't appear as a high priest without the priestly robe. You see, so that's how it's understood as an instrumental sense. Not that he went through the curtain, which he did through the shroud, but he also it's a double meaning, it's both. He went through and he came with. So when Jesus appeared as a high priest with his priestly robe, understood here as the tent. Does that make sense?
Let's see if that Yeah, Teddy, did that work for you?
Yeah, very, very fascinating. I mean, I find that very compelling. And we know, Jesus and the Bible, I mean, that, they don't often speak in straightforward ways in terms of teachings and things. There's a lot of things where you have to think about it and put two and two together. I mean,
So Teddy, verse 5 says, of these things we cannot now speak in detail. So there, I think you have the earliest reference to what centuries later, becomes called the discipline of the secret. We're already told it's hidden in verse 5. When he mentions the three objects hidden within the Ark of the Covenant, each of which can be understood typologically to correspond with the shroud, he says, of these things we cannot now speak in detail. We've got to be secretive. We've got to be hidden about it.
Awesome. All right. So, yeah, we are at the 2 hour, 20-minute mark. So we have at least a couple other substantive arguments and stuff like that. And first of all, Teddy, no more questions. Do you have any other questions for Larry, or did that cover it?
I do have something more to say that is not strictly on Gregory's sermon, but it's important just in terms of the larger argument. So I can say it now or later. I wanted to talk about how regardless of whether you subscribe to the image of Odessa, it's being the shroud or not, I wanted to discuss a little bit about Jesus's burial cloth being in the inventory of the Byzantine emperors. So if you want to do it now or later, but I would like to just mention a couple of things about that. So whenever you're ready for that.
Okay. Yeah, I think, we'll maybe come back to that towards the end. So I want, in terms of Wallace's arguments, he's got two substantive things. This was my favorite part of the show towards the end, where he gets into, number one, the Sudarium of Oviedo. A lot of people in the chat have been asking for us to get into that. And then finally, he talks about the wax and how that contrasts with carbon dating and stuff. So let's first start with the Sudarium. And let me just play a clip of what Wallace himself said. What happened there? Okay. So this is Wallace talking about the Sudarium of Oviedo and specifically what his objections are to it.
I always say, what is, and this is what people do in criminal trials all the time. What if we granted you the case you're trying to make over here on this issue? What if we just stipulate to it? Does it prove your case? Does it solve the bigger problems? If it doesn't, we'll just stipulate. Give it to you. Why argue it? Because it doesn't help you. Does it help us? Darian, we can date it to 1075 or date it even earlier.
Oops, are you muted, Teddy? Because I heard an echo there. Okay.
Here. The problem, because does it help it if we said, we can say with, and I don't believe you can say with certainty, all this pattern matching, we'll get to that in a second. It's all very subjective. And I just don't know we can get to all that. But even if you could, well, then are we looking at a forgery that was just been separated over time? Is that not also a possibility? If we've got no chain of custody beyond the earliest date for the Sudarium, then, which is the early 7th century, well, then we still have the same problem that every other relic has. We're not going to get to the testing of any of this because we can't get past the chain of custody issues. You're not gonna be able to argue. Okay, I said this in the last podcast. It's been so long we've been talking here. I'm not even sure we said it in this podcast. But if I've got a cigarette butt that appears in the record, even if it was there from the beginning, but the most important piece of evidence is the lipstick mark that never was part of that cigarette butt until 25 years into the property room. And then it suddenly appeared at the same time. All kinds of other erroneous pieces of evidence appeared in this property room. I think you don't want to be tried on that. You don't want to be convicted based on that. That was not part of the original evidence. It was never part of the original evidence. And so what's going to happen is you're going to contest it immediately. and the judge is going to favor because of the Federal Code 901, and you're not going to get it into your trial. It's not going to cut the standard of chain of custody to there's a connection between these two pieces. Does anything in the shroud? No one ever claims a connection between these two pieces. Not a suggestion of it. There is no medieval source, for example, to say that our headcloth is part of the shroud, or vice versa, or that even directly associates the sudarium with any French or Italian shroud. It has always existed on its own. So the supposed connection between the sudarium and the shroud, I think, is an entirely modern inference. You don't see this before the 20th century, and no one in history ever makes that connection. And are there also studies looking at the alleged match between the stains on the sudarium with the shroud? Yeah, there are. One author, for example, found that, quote, there is, however, no precise correspondence and no evidence on the sudarium of the blood flows, quote unquote, on the brow and the hair of the shroud, unquote. So is it possible to line up? Well, I think if you were to line up my face, even with Susie's face, if we're just looking at my wife, who's much smaller than I am, but if you look at you're just trying to do the best you can from the impressions and transfer data you might have on a linen, you're going to find lots of places of congruence. Not every place. This is not. I don't think anyone's saying I could take a photo of one and a photo of the other and line them up, and they are an absolute. They're the same photo. So it's really a subjective alignment issue. The whole overlay depends really heavily on how you position and scale the images. And that can be you can adjust those, and they have been until they get close to a match. And it kind of is a giveaway here too. Sometimes you'll see that sometimes they'll do things like they'll say, okay, the nose length, and then they'll list that there's a congruence, and the nose to the forehead distance is listed as a separate congruence. And when you start doing that, you're going to get more congruences than actually exist. And you do see that happening with these lists. So I don't think that in any of these, they're as strong as people make out to be. There's definitely an effort in the 20th century to connect these two, and nobody ever tried to do that before. They have always been presented as separate items.
Okay, so I think you guys kind of get the point there as to his objections, right? So number one, I'll just quickly address it. We've dealt with the chain of custody issue. Again, he doesn't understand that it's it goes back to the 6th century AD or earlier. But he makes this interesting thing that I just want to comment on before I go to the guests, and then I'll give my final response. But like he mentions that, well, nobody before the 20th century ever linked these two cloths. And again, would we expect anyone to? No, because these cloths were separated in the 1st century, back when the discipline of the secret was on, where we wouldn't expect them to explicitly mention a connection. And over time, knowledge of that connection got lost over the centuries. And therefore, it wasn't until we had 20th and 21st century science and forensics were we able to realize, oh, there actually is a connection between these two cloths. So it makes perfect sense, kind of thing. But beyond that, he raises certain objections and says, well, look, all of the forensics supposedly linking these cloths is very sketchy. And, it dates. At some point, he mentions it was carbon dated to about 700 AD. So, that's probably when it came into existence and that sort of thing. So, it looks like Teddy's gone. So, Larry, I'll start with you. Like, what do you make of Wallace's kind of objections to pro-shroud people linking the shroud and the sudarium?
First of all, I'm not an expert on the sudarium, but I know a lot of material out there saying that the blood stains match up, and that there's different correspondings to them. But I did want to make one comment with you. I think you're right on that if they do match up, it means that the cloth, the burial shroud, has to at least date back to the 7th century, because we know the sudarium is that old. But what I'd like to add to this is John chapter 20, in verse was it 7 or 8? Verse 7, I think it is. When it mentions the sudarium, and how it's folded and set aside by itself. A lot of scholars say, well, why does he mention this? And so I would suggest that actually we have John himself possibly here bringing these two cloths together, that in the early church it could be that it was known by the insiders that there were these two cloths left over from the crucifixion, the head cloth and the burial cloth. And so the reason John brings it up, one reason may be is to give verification that yes, there is the burial, the face cloth is still present. That one that you've heard about, it is genuine. That's his stamp of approval, and that he mentions the Shroud of Turin by the mentioning of the spear wound, and the emphasis he puts on that as a witness. I testify that this is true, and the perfect tense verb that he uses, but in chapter 19 where he mentions the spear wound, this comes up again in his first epistle. This is the one who came by water and blood, which should be translated, this is the one who came through blood and water. That is, he came through he passed through the burial cloth at the time of the resurrection. And in that text, you have the testimony, the witness of God. So anyway, I don't have the time to give a detailed explanation, but I think John himself gives evidence of these two separate linen cloths, the head cloth and the burial cloth. He testifies to their authenticity.
All right. And Teddy, I'll unmute you. And what's your take on the various objections that that Wallace leaves towards the Sudarium Shroud connection? Oops. Sorry, can't unmute you. You muted yourself, I think.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't see the point of bringing up the Sudarium. To me, we're discussing the shroud, and Wallace is bringing up the Sudarium, the crown of thorns, the tunic of Argenteuil. Those are separate things, and each of them are very complex, and that just muddies the waters. We kind of, I think, should stay focused on the shroud and judge it on its own merit. Like I said, I think there's strong evidence that the Sudarium of Oviedo is authentic, but it just doesn't have the degree of study and the degree of evidence. And again, it doesn't have a face on it. It doesn't. And it's not something that is unreproducible. So I don't include that as part of my evidence. I go for the things that are, I think, far more heavy hitting and that I can defend far better. I mean, I think there's a defense that can be made for the Sudarium of Oviedo's legitimacy. And there's certainly evidence that points to it having blood stains that match, but does that preclude all other possibilities? That's a tough case to sell in terms of beyond a reasonable doubt, but over 50%, sure, yeah. But, again, I prefer evidence that's a lot stronger than that. So I felt like Wallace was just sort of muddying the waters by bringing in all of these other relics that have lower or less compelling arguments in their favor, and are not things that are not made by human hands. So I just prefer to keep things on the shroud and let it be judged on its own merit.
All right, fair enough. So, yeah, I'll give my take then. So obviously, Teddy's position, I just want to mention, is a valid position. If you're pro-Shroud, there's nothing that says you have to accept a connection to the Sudarium of Oviedo. maybe it is Wallace is right, and it's an entirely separate cloth. And okay, the Sudarium's a fake relic. That doesn't impugn the Shroud of Turin necessarily. That said, given the evidence, as my audience will know, I am someone that is persuaded on a balance of probabilities that I think probably the Shroud and the Sudarium are connected. And the evidence is really great for that. So Wallace raises several objections. I think they were substantive objections. I appreciated them. I think they were fair. Again, Wallace says on the Sudarium of Oviedo, he is 60-40 on that particular issue. So he recognizes at least there's a 40% probability. So as a skeptic, I say, great. Let's see if I can just push you over here, because I don't think you researched the Pro-Shroud side on the Sudarium thoroughly or rigorously with an open mind. I think that you looked into what the Pro-Shroud side was saying, but you approached it with an agenda, a bias against it. And that's kind of evident in how you just sort of accepted some of the refutations. So first of all, the carbon-14 dating. There have been a total of 4 carbon-14 datings on the Sudarium. One of them is totally worthless, so only 3 of them are valid. And they all place the Shroud around 700 AD. Now, even the carbon-14 scientists themselves, when they presented this data at the conference, said, our result is horse manure. The carbon-14 sucks. This is not the date, the Shroud. And we know for independent historical grounds, namely a document written in 570 AD that no historian questions, that the Sudarium dates back centuries older than the carbon-14 dates say. It's just a question, okay, well, what affected the carbon-14 dates? The carbon-14 scientists speculate, well, it's just some more ordinary form of contamination, and therefore maybe it's a couple centuries older or a few centuries older, and we were just off. Or another explanation is it goes back to 30 AD, and it was neutron irradiated at the moment of the Shroud of Turin was the moment of the resurrection, just like the Shroud was. And given the position of the Sudarium off the body, this is why there are no images. It was put to the side on the side bench. It received less neutron radiation, and therefore it carbon-14 dates older than the Shroud of Turin. The Shroud is in the medieval period, the Sudarium around 700 AD, and both these dates are false because the actual calendar age is from first century. So there is an answer to the carbon-14. That objection is dealt with. Now, in terms of the connection, I actually just want, before I go into it, there has been a tremendous amount of forensic investigation by people like Dr. Cesar Barta, who I'm going to be playing a clip from in my show. And they've connected certain anatomical features. So for example, the nose, the total area is the same of both men. The superciliary ridges are the same. There's also evident swelling on the right cheekbone, which corresponds on both cloths, and that interfered with how the blood flows. The tips of the nose, or the nose wings, as some put it, the position and size of the mouth has been shown to be the same by Ricci, for example, and the shape of the beard and the mustache. So there are these anatomical similarities. There's been morphological studies that have tried to assess the source of the wounds, the source of the bloodstains, and they have linked up. This was a study done in 2016, for example. And obviously there have been the flow dynamics of the bloodstains, which is far more thorough than Wallace gives it credit for. And he uses this other relic, the tunic of Jesus, which I totally dismiss. I think it's a fake. Teddy said she's open to it, but I think the evidence is night and day. So first of all, the tunic has been carbon dated as well, and it comes around the 600s or 700s AD. And Wallace might say, well, you have an excuse for the Sudarium. Yeah, I do. Neutron radiation. But with the tunic was not on Jesus in the tomb at the moment of the resurrection. So there's no reason to postulate neutron radiation throwing off or contaminating the carbon-14 content of the tunic. It should come back. If it's first century, it should come back first century. There is no postulated supernatural mechanism that's relevant to throwing off the carbon dating with the case of the tunic. So that's a reason why I dismiss it right there. A second thing is that Wallace will say, well, the tunic, there have been blood studies on the tunic and they supposedly match. That's true. But the forensic studies were way less sophisticated that's been done on the, they didn't take into account the differences of the bloodstains, the size, shape, and location of the bloodstains, and take into account those things, or the skill factors. The analysis there done was very amateurish compared to the multiple studies on the sudarium and the shroud, like Caesar Barta, who does take into account the scale and that sort of. Let me just share my screen of his great book detailing some of his studies along with other experts. Okay, popping up. So this is just portions of his book. So, for example, this is the bloodstains as outlined on the sudarium superimposed on the Shroud of Turin. You have this very interesting with epsilon wound on the shroud man, a reverse 3 shape, and that just happens to correspond with the blood stain on the sudarium of Oviedo. And there's this little drop right after this epsilon wound. These correspond with the wet and dry spots on the eyebrows, and then this corresponds with the nose and the mouth, where blood was coming out of those areas quite profusely. Again, these things all happen to match. Okay. Now, one thing I'll just mention as I'm looking for it, here's from the nape of the neck. This is a very interesting study by Caesar Barta. Confirmed, not just, Wallace says this is just subjective. Well, no, this was scientifically proven to have a 75% degree of correspondence. So this is the back of the neck, like from the crown of the thorns. These are the wounds here on the nape. And there's a 75% degree of correspondence. This was confirmed by computerized studies on these bloodstains, and through direct experimentation. Caesar Barta ruled out that random blood flows would just, correspond, because it is true what Wallace says, that random blood flows, there's always going to be some level of correspondence or overlap between blood flows. That's why there's some correspondence on the tunic of Jesus, for example, but not to a 75% degree, and not in these precise shapes and sizes. And that's what Caesar Barta proves in his research. Let me just find the experiment of it, picture of it, where he did an experiment with his daughter. All right. And other people showing it, right? That you would not obtain a 75% degree of correspondence for the bloodstains. Okay. Another interesting fact, and this is published in peer review, is the limestone dust studies. So where's that? That Caesar Barta did, whereby he proved there's an excessive amount of limestone dust right at the tip of the nose that matches precisely with that found on the sudarium and the shroud man, tip of the nose. And this would not be expected, again, through random, if you fall down in limestone dust, you can get random patterns. You would get this unique pattern in other areas of the face. But for some reason, with the shroud and sudarium, you don't. So somehow that man fell in such a way that this unique signature was only found on the tip of the nose. And that just happens to match on the sudarium and Shroud of Turin. I thought there was a picture there, but let me just show. Here's the results from the peer-reviewed paper, where you have right at the tip of the nose this unique signature. This is on the Shroud of Turin from 1978. The independent study is showing this precise match. So I think the evidence is clear that it covered the same head, bloody corpse. Now, Wallace points out, but there are differences. The Pro-Shroud side never takes account of the differences and that sort of thing on the blood flows. And on that front, they do. And we do account for them, because we realize that the sudarium was covering Jesus at a different time. and when Jesus was in different positions. And this actually sheds light on the ponytail and the hair, because the blood was in its place from the crown of thorns, and the sudarium went over top and was pinned to his ponytail, and then the blood dried and became crust like, freezing the hair in place, which is what we see on the Shroud of Turin. So these match up, and this was done in experiments, again, proving it. But the main point I want to get here, I'm going to show an animation where the sudarium and the shroud covered Jesus at different times while the body was in different positions. And this is what fully accounts for any differences in the blood flows. So let me just play what Caesar Barta's video here.
I do see it. It's Jesus on the cross. And
Okay. Then, when the corpse of a man was upright and died an hour before, the sudarium of Oviedo was put around the head.
Mazda, a leader in safety, named the safest new car brand by Consumer Reports. She has no idea. But you do. Find out why Mazda is a leader in safety.
Let's get into this. I'm hungry. I'm going to be using this Beyond Beef taco seasoning, avocado, tomato.
All right, there we go.
This is more clear showing of the arrangement. And now we can see how this was put maybe in this way. You see it?
Yep. Upside, yep.
So you can see the sudarium was
Okay.
double layered over the front of his face.
The red line simul the sudarium, no? And they, by this moving, we can understand where was the face and where was the nape.
Okay.
You see? Do you
I
see?
do. Yep, it's drawn up.
Okay. This part of the face was the forehead, and this part was the nose and the mouth.
Okay.
And this part was the nape. This is the lock of hair in the back of on the neck.
Okay.
And these are the bones of the crown of thorn.
Okay.
Okay, this maybe it's difficult to see, but this drop of blood is only the half of the drop, because in the middle of this drop there are no quantity of blood, and in the shroud there are the other part of this drop when the face of both clothes are matched. Okay, this may do easy to understand.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then the sudarium, when the corpse was upright, all the stain below the nose was performed, where arrived the stain of the bloody stain arrived when below the nose, when the corpse was upright. But after that, the corpse was put face down, and in this moment, the above the nose, the forehead stain became in place. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Then the coincidence. This is the outline of the stain in the sudarium of Oviedo, and at the left there are images of the Shroud of Turin, and the clear is the whitest part are more or less the blood, the blood. Then we turn a little the okay, sorry,
No problem.
So while he's bringing that up, I just want to. The reason he's turning it a bit is because obviously, again, these cloths covered him at different times and in different positions, as he's already explained. And so, what we look at is it in the relative same location, relative same position and shape and stuff like that. So he's adjusting for the fact that okay, it was you have to angle it properly, and then it matches precisely with the Shroud of Turin. Kind of thing. That's normal forensics and stuff like that. So that's the only point he's making. Now he's also going to make a point about the half blood stain. So I'm going to address that when he gets to it.
When we put this outline on the face of the shroud, this part matches with the epsilon, and this is the drop of blood that is the half in the sudarium and the other half in the shroud. And the eyebrows here correspond to this part, and the side of the nose is more or less the same.
Now, this is one of the most convincing factors here, and you can see it fits perfectly the epsilon wound on the shroud band, and on the shroud band you have this little dot of blood under the epsilon wound. This is where there's a match here. Now, originally, he says, so half the blood stain came, it was wet, so it transferred to the shroud kind of thing. And you have this little donut-shaped blood stain on the sudarium. And originally, I understood Cesar Barta to be arguing, well, it's a perfect fit. Like the donut hole fits in the donut blood stain on the two cloths. And obviously, that was case closed in my mind. That's not true. The blood stain has been smushed. The donut hole got smushed when it was on the Shroud of Turin. And because of that, it doesn't fit precisely into the hole. Instead, we're matching it based on its relative location and position. It just happens to fit with the epsilon wound and is in the same location. This dot is in the same location as this dot relative to the epsilon wound. So that's how they're matching it and saying, well, this blood mark is the half of the blood stain that's missing on the sudarium. It's not that they directly fit into each other because this dot of blood has been smushed. So it's bigger now. It's wider. It doesn't fit in the hole, kind of thing. Let him finish.
The quantity of blood around the nose and the mouth, mustache, and beard is present also in the sudarium. Okay. This is a closer detail of the drop that is in the shroud, but without the middle of the drop. Only we have in the shroud, only we see around the drop, but not in the middle of the drop. And this drop is present in the sudarium of Oviedo. And now, before mentioning the concentration of dust close to the tip of the nose. At the right, we see the test of the shroud in 1978, and there was a high concentration of dust just in this point, and the 3 points in the sudarium of Oviedo that correspond to the same point, anatomical point of the face, also show the highest concentration of dust. This is not expected. It's an unexpected finding.
And it's unexpected again, because people are going to fall over face first into the dust different ways, where they did actual experiments and they get dust all over their forehead or on the cheeks and stuff like that. However, Jesus apparently fell here. This unique high concentration of this limestone dust only ended up on the very tip of his nose, and that's very unlikely to replicate by chance, by people just falling in dust. So that's why it's so remarkable that there is this unique chemical signature based on the X-ray fluorescence of limestone dust only on the tip of the nose. That's indicative that it covered the same corpse. So yeah, I think that's it. Hopefully I didn't bore everybody, but yeah, I'm kind of interested, Larry and Teddy. What did you make? Obviously, I'm summarizing like 300-page. Caesar Barta has like a 200 to 300 page. It's 386 pages, and I'm trying to summarize it in like 10 minutes for you guys. But what do you make of this? You know, I think it's night and day. This isn't just some looks like some blood overlaps a little bit of blood randomly. So you know, nothing to see here. That's what Wallace says. Larry, what do you think?
Oh, Dale, thank you so much. I have his book. I haven't worked through it, and I'd heard some of these things, but I thought you presented it very, very clearly and powerfully. I think that's, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're welcome. Again, I was kind of rushing there, but yeah, Teddy, anything for you to say, and I'll unmute you.
Well, Caesar Barta, he's one of the tip of the top experts on the Sudarium of Oviedo in the world. And so, it's no surprise that his presentation here was very compelling. And again, you know, I do believe that it's legitimate. I don't agree with Wallace's assessment to put it on the same level as the percentage of confidence that one can have with the Sudarium versus the Shroud. I mean, I think the Shroud is, there's a lot more evidence regarding the Shroud, but that's not to say that there's not plenty of evidence, you know, way beyond the preponderance of the evidence mark, to think that the Sudarium is legitimate. I mean, if you're wondering kind of what I'd give my confidence level, you know, I'd probably say, you know, 85% plus, something in that neighborhood, but I wouldn't say 99 or 98% plus like I feel like with regard to the Shroud evidence. Again, you know, the Sudarium of Oviedo, one of the reasons that's a limitation on it, it's no fault of it, but it's not something that is unreproducible. I mean, that's a huge feather in the cap of the Shroud. I mean, that's like a big peacock feather in the, you know, the cap of the Shroud. And the Sudarium doesn't have that bit.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Sorry, I have to mute you to do that. But just, you're absolutely correct. I mean, look, there are no images on the Sudarium. There's no way to conclude a miracle took place. But that's not what the Sudarium is doing. I'm just kind of interested in the proposition under evaluation is, do you think the evidence proves the Sudarium and the Shroud covered the same person? We're not asking whether the Sudarium was formed miraculously or something like that necessarily. But I'm just sort of interested. Do you think the evidence is sufficient to go, yeah, these two cloths probably covered the same guy?
Yeah, is it sufficient? I think it is sufficient to conclude that. But again, what is sufficient? You know, above the 50% threshold, I think so for sure. 99%, 98%, you know, no. But sufficient, yes. And I'd go beyond just sufficient. I think in the law, sufficient oftentimes implies just over the 50% threshold, which might mean, 50.5%. I think or more, but it could be as low as that. But I think that, especially with that particular blood stain at the bottom of the 3, which looks like a teardrop of all things. Yeah, I think that's, gosh, that's a glorious piece of evidence. And, again, I think God works in signs, and, the fact that looks like a ideal form of what a teardrop looks like, is symbolic. And I think the symbolism of it coming from a blood stain that looks like a 3, which is symbolic of the Trinity, is that by accident? I don't know. That seems to have the imprimatur of God on it, if you ask me. But, I'm sure other people will be not think it's so, but, that's what separates the wheat from the chaff, as far as God's concerned. The people who want to ignore.
Well, I was just going to say, if I was on a jury, Dale, you convinced me. It's beyond a reasonable doubt, and that, as you would say, that brings the date of the shroud, centuries earlier than the carbon-14 dating. You have to take it back at least to the 7th century.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we actually have a couple of questions. So I'll just respond to that relevant to the sudarium. So from good buddy Irish here. So he's saying, Dale or anybody, does the church own the Oviedo cloth? Yeah, it's owned by a church in Oviedo, Spain. And could it ask for a carbon-14 dating test? Yes, it can. Or has it already been done? Yes, it has. A total of 4 times. So if it did come out first century, wouldn't that be incredible? I actually, if it came out first century, I think that would be problematic for me, because then I would have to say, well, how is that going to fit with Bob Rucker's hypothesis? Because then that would falsify Bob Rucker's MCMP computer calculations, right? Because the whole hypothesis is, how do we explain the shroud's false medieval dates? So yeah, just so you know, so they carbon dated it a total of 4 times, only 3 of which are valid, and those place it around 700 AD. So the thing is, okay, if it dates to 700 AD, that makes sense in terms of where the sudarium would have been placed to the side of the body on the side bench in the tomb. And if neutron irradiation was involved in Jesus's resurrection, well, that, according to Bob Rucker's MCMP computer calculations, that would account for why the shroud gives a medieval date, at least in the location they dated that cloth. And it would also account for why the sudarium gave a date of 700 AD. So if you're saying, well, no, it came back and we got a first century date, in one sense, okay, that looks great at face value, but then we would be saying, so what, the sudarium was somehow unaffected by the neutron radiation, which affected the shroud? How would we explain that? I guess you would have to come up with some way to explain why the sudarium wasn't affected in the same way the shroud cloth was in terms of its carbon-14 content. So does that, hopefully that makes sense. Does anyone else want to say anything about this question, or just Teddy, raise your hand? Okay, let me mute.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So one of the things is that I think it's dangerous. We tread in dangerous waters when we try to put too fine a point on historical matters and radiocarbon dating, a heavily contaminated textile, which we know that can cause lots of problems, and especially with regard to the shroud, where it was in a fire and the carbon. I know that people have discredited, wasn't it the Russian Kuznetsov, or I don't know, some name like that, that was making arguments about the impact of carbon on radiocarbon dating a textile. And I don't remember what the reason was that people have supposedly discredited him about, but I don't know that they necessarily discredited the actual nuts and bolts of his finding. And even if they did, I don't know that that technically discredits the idea of the power of carbons contaminating and throwing off a date, because as we talked about in the review show, what was it, last week, when we were discussing your debate with James Fodor, I was quoting some information from the University of Chicago's news website, where they were talking about how even a tiny amount of carbon can massively throw off the radiocarbon date. And it said on there 40,000 years. And the question came up by Tavo Sanabri, is that plus or minus 40,000 or 40,000 years? And I quoted exactly what was on there, and it said it could turn something that was millions of years old or something like that and make it seem much newer as in terms of dating to 40,000 years, something to that effect. We'd have to go back and listen to that, but it was stunning. And I mean, the main takeaway is that even a tiny amount of carbon can radically alter. Not just when people talk about, oh, it would have to be so noticeable, they're talking about in terms of contamination. I believe that when people are saying that, they're really referring more to physical contamination that you can see under a microscope. To see carbon on a textile, from what I read, you'd have to be looking at it with a TEM microscope, not SEM, but TEM. And, so you're not going to see that the carbon contamination like you would, dust and dirt and other bioplastic coating. Because people say, oh, it would be so thick and it would have to be this much of the weight of the fabric. But that's not, I don't think that's the same standard and applies to contaminants with carbon that wouldn't be visible under just a standard microscope. So anyway, my point is that I think there's still room to argue that, and whether the whole Kuznetsov, or however his name is pronounced, whether that's maybe not quite the perfect route, that doesn't mean that the carbon issue and the issue of the fire's impact on the shroud's dating, radiocarbon dating, that's not relevant. And again, with the Sudarium, that is a textile. Now, it hasn't, I don't think it's ever been in any type of a fire, but it's still got issues with contamination. I mean, who knows where all it has been, and what can be on it. So I think that sometimes people are asking for perfect evidence, and Wallace, in his whole presentation, what I found was funny and kind of a double standard is he seeks to demand certain types of evidence that the Gospels can't meet. It's like he wants to take a bite out of the tree of knowledge, to just have a perfect explanation for everything. And that's not the standard that he applies for the apologetical arguments that support Christianity. So I feel like he is trying to apply a much tougher standard that's not reasonable. given that history is imperfect and science is imperfect and radiocarbon dating is imperfect, they all have limitations. And so at the end of the day, you kind of have to put the body of evidence together and see how it fits, and use our minds and reason and logic and what, again, at the end of the day, he thinks that it's a forgery. It's like, well, you first need to, the first order of business is explaining how the shroud, the body images on the shroud could be created either by a natural process or human hands. And that there's no evidence that it can be done. So that just seems nonsensical to me to go that route, especially given the context that the shroud evidence is in terms of a resurrection. So anyway, that's my.
All right, awesome. So, all right, well, yeah, just a comment, and then we'll move on to the final substantive argument, the wax dating, and why Wallace just rejects that out of hand and says, oh, carbon dating, you should just believe whatever it says, and wax is not up to that par. But just Adam Clark, I liked his comment here. He says, I don't find it unreasonable to take the shroud seriously. I find it more unreasonable to dismiss it out of hand. Very well said there, Adam. I totally agree with that. And unfortunately, there's a lot of skeptics out there that do just that. You hear them all the time saying, well, the shroud's proven a fake. It was proven a fake years ago. And they're totally oblivious to the depth of the studies that have gone into it. So, all right, let me bring up Wallace for the final clip, his objection to the wax dating. All right. So this is, I think, about 7 minutes or so, maybe less, slightly less.
Yes. This only works if you can account for the way the thing is stored, because it turns out that cellulose, when it degrades over time, degrades differently depending on climate. This is one of the reasons why so much of our evidence stored in evidence lockers has to be stored a certain way, under certain humidity, under certain temperatures, because when we go back in the end and say, hey, this piece of DNA evidence or this piece of any kind of chemically forensic evidence is going to be used against you in trial, you don't want the result to be a matter of how it was stored. Now, I will tell you that I have had cases where this has been an issue because of the way something was stored. And then ultimately I get to trial, and what I know matches. Either I know from testimony that suspect and his girlfriend will tell you that these things are from the same source, yet they don't match forensically anymore. Why? The way they were stored. Chain of custody. If you don't do this right, you will, especially if there's something crazy you're doing, like trying to test the X-ray scattering patterns off of cellulose. This is why this is not the same level of testing that is broadly accepted as an industry standard as carbon-14 testing, right? This is why this is why this was not done with even if it was done with 3 independent labs. The problem is you're looking at something you can't trust, because the way that cellulose degrades is so variable. As a matter of fact, they'll argue that if this has been exposed to heat or a certain kind of humidity, it can look much older based on cellulose degradation than it actually is. And we know this thing was exposed to a fire. So once again, their own language is super cautious about this. They don't actually claim a precise calendar date either in this. They just say it's compatibility. It's compatible within a model. They don't come out and say, we think this is going to be dated back to 30 AD. So there's definitely a way to interpret this and go, yes, this confirms it's 2,000 years old, but you have to ignore a couple of things in order to get there about wax. And one of the things you're going to have to ignore is that this whole wax X-ray dating is very new, and it has not been developed with precision yet. As a matter of fact, the people who are developing it have already done other work prior to this using other methods, and those are not reliable either. And they've moved away from it, had huge, large uncertainties on that prior work of hundreds of years. So here it's applied to one tiny sample, but even worse is the whole way in which it has been stored. Once again, the issue comes down to, how do we know how it was stored? So what has to happen in order for this to be reliable is that this only works if you've stored this thing for all 2,000 years, the 2,000 years before it gets tested, in such a way that it is within this range, a very precise range, by the way, of just 2 Celsius degrees, 20 to 22.5 Celsius. That's the degree range in which I can be more certain that this wax, this degradation of cellulose, occurs at the rate that it should to cause this kind of, if it's been stored regularly at this, and a relative humidity of 55 to 75%. The problem, of course, is no matter where you go, if you said, for example, that was stored, no one lives in a place like that. You can even say here in California, where we have great weather, isn't it mostly in that range? Isn't it mostly in the range, which what those mean for Fahrenheit, for those of you who don't like Celsius, is 68 to 72.5, 72.5 degrees Fahrenheit. Is it most of that? Yeah, but not always. There's lots of months here where 2-3 months are well over that, the relative humidity. So you have to make huge assumptions, because warmer storage and more fluctuating humidity, for example, an episode in which it's exposed to heat, will make something that is younger look older. It'll start to mimic older or younger ages based on which direction you go in the heat and humidity.
All right. So I think you guys kind of get his main objections to the wax dating there. So I forget who went first last time out of you guys. I guess I'll start with Teddy, because I think Larry went first last time. So Teddy, what's your response to these objections to the wax dating that Wallace gives? Should we just blindly follow the carbon-14 and throw wax in the garbage, or what? Sorry, let me unmute you.
One of the things that you'll find frequently with scientists is that they will undersell their information. And I think that it stems from concern about what their peers are going to respond and nitpick and all of that. And so they preemptively try to say this and that, and it's got to be at a perfect temperature and blah, 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 blah. But if that's truly the case, then if I remember correctly, and you can, you know this information better than I do, Dale, but didn't they, with the same method, correctly date the Masada cloth and pardon?
About a dozen control samples, a lot better than the carbon-14 with 3 controls.
That's my point. Because I mean, is Wallace making, based on what Liberato De Caro wrote, and maybe his co-authors, that it's got to be held into this precise temperature? Does it really? Or is that just kind of what they feel the need to say because some academic nitpicker is going to say, but this, that, blah, 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 blah. And so in their trying to, as we Americans, you know, the acronym Charlie Yankee Alpha, CYA, in order, they're trying to give themselves protection against academic nitpickery. I think they say that, but the fact that they would still go forward and publish this paper, otherwise, what's the point of the paper, really? You know, come on. They don't have anything better to do than to publish something that has absolutely no use or relevance to know. No, the fact that, as you mentioned, Dale, that they, through this method, correctly dated, 12 controls, that lets us know that this is relevant. I mean, should we feel confident in the results of this method beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, I don't know that I'd put it at that high, but can we feel that this is strong evidence that corroborates the other things that we know, and that is another quiver in our pouch. So, I think it's important evidence that's on our behalf, despite what they say in terms of, it's got to be perfectly stored at, this temperature. I think that's, again, they're trying to just cover themselves from academic nitpickery from their peers.
All right. Larry, over to you. What's your take on, you kind of mentioned briefly the carbon-14. So you see Wallace just blindly accepts carbon-14 as the industry standard and says wax, it's a new technique, we just need to dismiss it. It's based on all these assumptions about the condition of the cloth. Yeah, well, how do you respond?
I think that it had a dozen control samples. I find that very interesting. I had not known that, but I think the issue here, it kind of raises the bias we all tend to have when Wallace and others seem so ready to accept C14. I take my own personal experience with the shroud. When I first learned of it, I thought, oh, this is foolish. How could anyone believe we have the actual burial cloth of Christ? But it was out of ignorance. And, I think I'm open-minded. When I learned of Stirrup and the scientific evidence that it's unexplainable, the formation of the image is inexplicable, and then it's irreproducible. And basically, the scientists say the chemistry contradicts the physics, and the physics contradicts the chemistry. This is amazing, absolutely astounding. And so C4, I don't know if the storage, how much of a problem that is with wax. I'm certainly not an expert in any way on any of these scientific matters, but I see all kinds of problems with the C14. We mentioned Wallace is strong on chain of custody. Hey, for me, that throws us out of court right there. It's bad evidence. The chain of custody was broken with the sample, the C14 experiment. And so I think we have to be careful of our own biases and hopefully be truth seekers. And to me, I can go right back to the biblical text. For me, science probably led me to the shroud, and history, the Hymn of the Pearl, the old mosaic, what's that rite called, where John and Peter saw the imprints on the cloth, and that's 5th, 6th century. I mean, there's evidence historically, but hey, the biblical text, to me, we've got strong evidence right there. The shroud is genuine. So I don't know. That's my feedback.
Awesome. All right. Oh, okay, Teddy.
I think you're referring, Larry, to the Mozarabic rites.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Giving my take then. So let's start with the trivialities. So Wallace objects to wax because it's a novel technique. Admittedly, it is, right? This is the one time it was used, kind of thing. And okay, cool. But guess what? AMS carbon-14 dating was a novel technique. It was only 10 years old at the time it was invented, and we had several peer-reviewed studies talking about in the journal Radiocarbon, proving that AMS carbon-14 dating really sucked at carbon dating, and carbon-14 in general was terrible. They failed. I mentioned in my debate with James Fodor the study in Radiocarbon, the stage 3 report, studying a total of 38 carbon-14 labs, and 40% of all the AMS labs involved in that study failed to fulfill the systematic bias criterion or error criterion, and was therefore deemed to be unsatisfactory. The Trondheim report, the actual labs that involved in dating the shroud were tested, they were shown to be terrible. So there are all these intercomparison studies showing that carbon-14 really couldn't be trusted in 1988 to date textiles. There were huge issues with it. AMS carbon-14. So that was just as new. Wallace says, oh, well, the carbon-14 was a blind test and wax was not blind. No, it wasn't actually. They knew what the samples were in advance when they dated it. Larry talks about how they went back to stage and didn't show that chain of custody doesn't exist. That chain of custody exists with the wax dating. Wallace says, well, there were 3 independent labs. With wax, it was only 1 lab. Sure, but the carbon-14, they weren't independent. They fudged the data. That's published in 6 peer-reviewed published journals now. And we know it. They knew at the time. The journal Nature, one of the peer reviewers, warned them and said, this is statistical BS. Don't publish it. And this is on the record. And they just said, okay, well, we're going to publish it anyways. And they met and conspired together in the summer to fudge the data and make sure that their data would arrive at the required 95% degree of certainty. So they weren't independent tests. They were conspired. So that's my first part in terms of the procedural trivialities of, well, is there a difference between wax and the 1988 carbon-14 dating? No, all the objections Wallace gives for the wax applies to the carbon-14, only more so. But getting into more substantive things, so it's absolutely true that wax, the degradation of cellulose, is based upon certain factors, right, such as heat or the humidity. Things of this nature can affect and give an artificial date. By the way, that's the contamination is a problem with carbon-14 as well. There are certain assumptions that have to go into that to make that work as well. But like I said, I think this was tested. There are a total of 3 papers. Wallace is clueless to this. But first of all, there was the 2019 paper, which had nothing to do with the shroud and was proof that the method itself worked. This is where it was tested on, I think, about a dozen samples or so, proving on samples of known age, giving the correct dates, proving that the technique itself is reliable. And then in 2022, April of 2022, the main paper that Wallace is citing came out on the Shroud of Turin, again, used with controls, and proved that the shroud dates to the 1st century. But what people don't know is there was 2 conclusions to that. So Wallace incorrectly says, well, the shroud has to be kept at a temperature of between 20 to 22.5. So if you get 23 degrees or if you get 18 degrees one day, it's all over. No, these are average temperatures, right? And it's not like, if one day the temperature goes up or down, it's all over. The technique doesn't work. So that he was kind of misrepresenting it there, right? These are based on the average yearly temperatures, all year round. It's on average about 20 to 22 degrees. But what Wallace doesn't know is that there was a 3rd paper published in November of 2022, which corrected for these assumptions and said, okay, now we're going to give more realistic temperatures based on the 4 known historical hypotheses for the Shroud's pre-medieval history: the image of Cameliana, or image of God incarnate, the image of Edessa, the image of Beirut, and the image of Memphis. And they corrected for these, and their assumptions were very reasonable. Now, the last one thing I also wanted to say before I go to Michael Kowalski is that there are 2 conclusions in these papers, okay? So the first one always gets overlooked by skeptics, and this one is proven beyond all reasonable doubt. Whether you have questions about whether it's 1st century or not, we got about 54 AD, plus or minus 200 years. There's a large level of uncertainty. Carbon-14 dating, okay, plus or minus 65 years. Is that really that much better? They don't get a precise date there either. But here was the first conclusion that everybody overlooks as a skeptic. They prove beyond all reasonable doubt the shroud is centuries older than the medieval period. It is scientifically impossible, or virtually impossible, for that shroud to be 700 years old. And if it was stored anywhere on Earth, so there's one exception. Basically, they proved that in order to get the results that they have, the shroud would have to be stored at a temperature of over 27 degrees Celsius every single day for 700 years. That's impossible. You're not, the only place on Earth that is capable of producing that is Mali in West Africa. Do Shroud skeptics believe that for 700 years the shroud was in Mali in West Africa? No. So yeah, it's impossible for the shroud to be only 700 years old. It goes back centuries into ancient times. And then the secondary conclusion is that it's very probably first century, because it's consistent with the Masada sample. But anyways, I just wanted to play a clip from, I had a bunch of clips, but to save time, I'll just do one with Michael Kowalski. And you'll recognize Teddy was my co-host on this show, but he's talking about the wax in more detail. He's the official editor of the British Society for the Turin Shroud. So here's him talking about all these dates, all of the physical dates we have, proving the shroud dates to 80 AD, plus or minus 200 years, and that's with a proven 95% degree of confidence. Not one that, like carbon-14 dating's 95% claim has been proven to be bunk now. This one's still in place, but then right after he gets into the wax. So let's hear Michael Kowalski.
That this is showing us that the shroud is definitely much older than the radiocarbon date, and that it quite probably dates from the 1st century. I do believe this.
Awesome.
Test, the most recent one that was performed just a couple of years ago, which was by a team led by Liberato Di Carlo. He used a method known as wide-angle X-ray scattering. And what that involves is exposing a sample to a beam of X-rays. And what this does when we're looking at linen fabric is it's actually able to exploit the fact that we have this crystalline structure in linen, because the kind of lattice that you get in crystalline structures causes the incident X-ray to be scattered along planes by planes of that lattice, so that what you get is a pattern, effectively a circular pattern from the scatter, and at different radii from the center of that circle. Different radii. Yeah, there are circles with different radii from the center, which give you basically correspond to spectroscopic peaks. And again, the intensity of that peak, of those peaks, was something that is linked to the amount of crystalline cellulose that is contained within the sample, and that degrades over time. But also in the case of this particular measurement, it was very highly dependent on both temperature and humidity. So the calculations for this were slightly more complex in that it's necessary to take into account the environmental conditions that were in place where these items that were being tested were located throughout their history. And that information needs to be factored into the calculation. So what Liberato Di Carlo did, again, followed exactly the same methodology as Giulio Fanti's teams. He ended up using the same samples that Giulio Fanti had used to calibrate his method. And then eventually he tested it using some threads that were taken from the shroud, from the reservoir portion of the shroud, which was a part that was adjacent to the piece of material that were dated by the laboratories. And what he found was that the result, the spectrum given by those tests, by the tests of that material, was almost identical to, in the key areas, to the spectrum of a linen thread taken from Masada that was known to date to 65 AD. And in fact, if you just go on to the next slide, Dale, I can just show this very briefly. Hopefully, people will be able to see this. But there are 5 different spectrums here, 5 different spectra taken from different samples. And you'll see the key at the top left there, which gives the age for each of those samples. TS is the Turin shroud, and that's the brown line. Now, ignore the part to the left, because that isn't part of the spectrum that is of any interest to this dating method. It was only key parts of this spectrum where there was this age variation that had been detected. And those were the peaks that you see on the spectrum here. Now, if you look at sample, the green line, sample of 2 as it's called.
Mike, do you want me to put this? I can put this into cinema mode, so like bigger, so everyone can see. All right, so is that showing up fully?
Green line there, the 2 lines of interest are the green line, which corresponds to the Masada thread, and the brown line, which corresponds to the Turin shroud thread. And if you look at there's a large peak right over at the right-hand side. And you'll notice that you can't see the green. That's it. Thank you. Thanks, Dale. And you'll notice that you can't see the green line there. That's because it is exactly below the brown Turin shroud line. There's an exact match in that area of the spectrum. Similarly, where you get the twin peaks, just slightly to the left of that. That's it. Thanks, Dale.
No problem.
The 2 lines, not quite superimposed anymore, but still very close to each other. Now, this is just giving us a bit of a visual representation of the measurements that were being made. What the Liberato De Caro's team were able to do was perform something that was a much more accurate measure. But what this shows is just how close the spectrum of the Turin shroud was in key areas to that of the Masada thread, which would appear to indicate that they may well have a similar provenance. They might well be of a similar age. And indeed, when they perform more accurate calculations, that is indeed what they were finding. There are various different other aspects to this test as well, because, as I mentioned earlier, in fact, if we could move on to the next slide, there. This test, the calculations were very dependent upon environmental conditions, so that in different parts of the world, the difference between Europe and Egypt or Judea, the temperature difference and humidity difference that existed there actually would have had a quite notable effect on the age given by the dating test for this cloth. So what we do know is that anything that would have been in the Judean desert, which is where Masada is, that we would have expected to have aged faster than a piece of cloth that was located in France or Italy, where the temperatures are much lower. And although the humidity is higher in Turin and parts of France and neighboring France, nonetheless, the overall effect is that the aging, when the shroud was based in France or Italy, would have been much slower as far as the wax's measurement is concerned than had it been spending all its time in a much hotter climate, such as the Judean desert. So what this suggests is that if the shroud has a similar waxer's measurement to the Masada cloth, then it must have been in a climate significantly warmer than France or Italy. So it certainly would seem to suggest it's much older than 700 years. And also it gives us some clues as to where it might have been before it turned up in Europe. And the final point on that slide there is that one of the points that Liberato De Caro makes is that if, as many skeptics believe, the shroud is only 700 years old, and if this waxer's dating technique is correct, and the evidence suggests it's a very viable technique, then the shroud must have been kept at a temperature in excess of 27.5 degrees, a constant temperature in excess of 27.5 degrees for 700 years for it to have produced that same waxer's profile. Now, the only place there's only a few places in the world.
Okay, so I think you guys get the point there, and watch the rest of that show with Mike Kowalski. He does a great job. I also did an interview with Giulio Fonte. English isn't his language, so like he's got written answers. But I did a show with Giulio Fonte on the wax. And finally, I did a show where Dr. Liberato De Caro provides written answers on all of this as well. So actually, yeah, let me just share my screen so you can see that, where you can find that. So yeah, if you go to my realseekerministries.wordpress.com, just type in the search bar Liberato, and it's the first one that pops up, breaking news, and just go search for answers. And there's Liberato's answers to all of the questions, including the heat issue that Wallace raises. So yeah, as you can see, the wax dating is absolute proof beyond all reasonable doubt. The shroud is not medieval. It's centuries older. It's virtually impossible, unless you believe the shroud was privy to 28 degrees Celsius weather for 700 years straight. And I think it's very good evidence, because even the raw data, that wax integrated profile, that table you saw with the lines, that's the raw data from the instrument itself. That's the profile, wax profile itself, that's saying, hey, this thing just happens to match the first century degradation of this Masada cloth. And it's totally out of sync with medieval cloths, Dark Age cloths, ancient cloths from 3250 BC, and a modern control sample dated from 2000 AD. What are the odds of that? If the shroud is some medieval fake, what are the odds that we get that result to just match? Again, this is the raw data that we're looking at here. The instrument itself just happens to match the first century Masada cloth. You've got to be nuts to doubt that. I'm sorry. So, yeah, Teddy or Larry, do you guys want to say anything to what I said there?
I think you hit a home run. So I don't think there's anything more that I can really add to that. With regard to the radiocarbon dating, though, I just wanted to add one more thing, and that is that you were talking about how the AMS form of radiocarbon dating, it was only about 10 years old at the time that the radiocarbon dating was done on the shroud samples. Also, back then, things were not as sophisticated with their cleaning protocols either. They have developed some more sophisticated cleaning protocols, but one of the interesting things that I brought up in our review show concerning the fine debate that you did with James Fodor recently, I had brought up that the that the 3 labs that were radiocarbon dating the shroud samples, they didn't all use the same exact protocol on all of the samples. So there's that issue too, where there's a difference, and that can also kind of throw off the dates too, in terms of the differences in the way that the different treatment protocols could affect the radiocarbon dating in an incorrect or misleading way. So just wanted to throw that in to the mix as well.
Larry, did you have anything you wanted to add, or was what I
Well,
said?
I thank you for that. I learned a lot, and I thought it was very convincing. Can you explain for me a little better on that chart when the green line of the Masada shroud was superimposed on the date of the shroud, the green and the brown lines were on the right peak, they were superimposed. I didn't understand the difference all the way that chart went from one peak to another peak. What was the what differentiated those peaks one from another?
So you're talking about in the precise spot where they're overlapping?
Yes. Why did it overlap there? But then you have other peaks along as you went back to the left, up lows, up and down. I didn't understand what the criteria was, why you have different peaks there. What measurement was taking place? I mean, what was the variable there for the changing?
Yeah, so they're measuring different. Hopefully, that's showing up. They're measuring different aspects. Oh shoot, where did it go? They're measuring different aspects, and that's why, for example, like the part that's relevant for the dating, if I can find it. There we go. So this left portion of this is totally irrelevant. So shroud skeptics like Hugh Ferry, they'll kind of lie and manipulate things and say, well, look, the orange line representing the Turin shroud is totally different from the Masada sample, which was the green line here. But this is measuring something different. This part of the profile is totally irrelevant to anything that's regarding the dating, or specifically the degradation of the cellulose in terms of its crystalline structure. And so it's only these two aspects that are relevant, kind of thing, for the
What's
dating.
the difference between those two?
Again, it's measuring. They're different diffraction peaks, so they're measuring different things. I don't know exactly myself what the differences is. So
that's what I wasn't certain about. Yeah, I thought it very fascinating that they lined up like they did on that right peak, superimposed one on the other, both from the first century. I just didn't understand the difference in criteria that was being used. Why you have it superimposed there and a little bit to the left. It's close, but not exact.
Yeah, but as you can see, even the shroud, it's in between the green. It's older than the 1400-year-old, the red, and then this is the modern control dating to 2000 AD kind of thing. So, and unfortunately, I don't know the difference between these two peaks, at least offhand. And these are notes from Dr. Liberato de Caro. So yeah, he's not explaining the difference between the peaks, but I just know that these are the two peaks on the right-hand side that are actually relevant to dating, and this is the most important.
Dale, that helps me. I was a little later. You had the same slide, but when you enlarged it, it didn't have the years. And now that you've put the years down there, at least that helps clarify it some. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Sorry, I couldn't answer that thing, but I'll find out and give you the answer in terms of these two peaks here. All right, cool. So, yeah, I don't see any other questions in the audience from anybody. So, yeah, I think we can kind of. Let me ask Larry, Teddy, are there any final points or topics you guys want to just briefly mention, like maybe like 10 minutes at the most or something? But because I think, Larry, did you have anything else to add, or?
No, not really. I appreciate the opportunity, and I learned a good bit on these other subjects that I'm more informed on them. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. And Teddy, I know you said you had something you wanted to bring up. Hopefully you're able, we're almost at 4 hours. Can you do it in like 10 minutes or less?
My notes, and that'll keep it short and sweet. So I just wanted to tie in about how, we have the image of Edessa. It's brought straight from Edessa to Constantinople. The very next day, Gregory gives his sermon. In the same year, we have Constantine Porphyrogenitus, who was at the time, I think he was like in his 30s, but he was like the co-emperor at the time. But the emperor that was really in charge at that point in time was, I think it was his father-in-law, Romanos the first Lecapenus, and Romanos's two sons were there too with Constantine. But within about the next year, Constantine puts out, I'm sure he had a scribe writing it for him, I would imagine, but it's called the Narratio, which I suppose is probably meaning it's probably Latin for narrative, concerning the image of Edessa. And he tells all about it. And he mentions specifically that it details the publicly celebrated arrival of the image of Edessa brought to Constantinople on August 15th, 944. He further recounts how he had a private up-close viewing of the image of Edessa on the same day as its arrival in Constantinople with his two brothers-in-law, and who were the son of Emperor Romanus Lecapenus. And in describing the image of Edessa, and this is in the Narratio, he describes it as being extremely faint and more like a moist secretion without pigment or the painter's art. And this corresponds with the description that Gregory Referendarius gives in his sermon, where, he describes it to sweat stain. I mean, he thinks it's this sweat that created this stain, which, makes sense because we all know that sweat can cause yellowing of, like, especially white colored cloth or undyed linen. And it also says too that the Narratio also recounts how Edessa had been a Christian city, and that in the first century that there had been a cloth there with an Acheropoetan image, an image not created by human hands, that was known by many as the image of Edessa, but that at a certain point it was hidden away by Christians for safekeeping in a niche in the wall above the sacred gate in Edessa, only to be found many years later. Then we have Nicholas Meserites, who was the overseer for the imperial relics in the Pharaoh's chapel of the Bucolian Palace in Constantinople. And he says, and this is a quote, "In this chapel, Christ rises again, and the sindon with the burial linens is the clear proof." Now, Meserites further stated, and I quote, "The burial sindon, or shroud, of Christ. This is of linen of cheap and easily obtainable material, still smelling fragrant of myrrh, defying decay because it wrapped the mysterious naked dead body after the Passion." And so we're seeing here that clearly, whether the image of Edessa is the shroud, or whether the image of God incarnate is the shroud, we see that it's clear that in Constantinople, Masoretes is saying they've got the shroud of Christ there. So, call it whatever you want. They've got it in their inventory. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Masoretes mentions that there is a second object that he oversees also in the Pharaoh's chapel, and that it's a towel with a prototypical image of Jesus on it, made as if by some art of drawing not wrought by human hands. So is this the Mandelion? Is the other thing the Mandelion? The other thing is Robert de Clary says, and Robert de Clary wasn't just any knight. He was responsible for transporting a vast assortment of priceless relics that were being carried from the Fourth Crusaders to Europe. And of course, he wrote a book on it called The History of Those Who Conquered Constantinople. And in that book of his, he says that, and among those others there, meaning the relics, was another church, which was called My Lady Saint Mary of Blachernae, where there was the cindoine, the shroud, in which our Lord had been wrapped, which every Friday raised itself upright so that one could see the form of our Lord on it, and no one, either Greek or French, ever knew what became of the cindoine, the shroud, when the city was taken, meaning when Constantinople was sacked. Now, what's particularly interesting is that Masoretes and de Clary link the cindoine, the shroud, with a description of Christ rising again, which is indicating, I think, something about its being evidence of the resurrection. And now, one of the things that's also interesting to note is that Masoretes, when he's talking about the inventory list, this is in 1201, and he's talking about it being in the Pharaoh's chapel. When de Clary is talking about seeing the full-length cloth that sounds awfully like the Shroud of Turin, de Clary's commentary on it is in 1204. And both of them are describing seeing a second cloth with Christ's face on it. So there's the question. This indicates that while the cindoine was in the Pharaoh's chapel of the Bucolian Palace in 1201, there's the indication that it was moved to the St. Mary's Church of the Blachernae Palace by 1204. Now, when I had done about 4 years ago, a bunch of research in this area, one of the things that I had noted, and I just plucked this from my old notes, is that traditionally the primary residence of the emperors of Constantinople had been the Bucolian Palace with its nearby Pharaoh's chapel, which housed some of the most sacred religious relics. However, in the latter part of the 11th century, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos moved the main imperial residence to the Blachernae Palace, which became known as the New Palace. However, after the sacking of Constantinople, when a Latin emperor was placed in power, the primary imperial palace once again became the Bucolian Palace. However, once the Byzantines regained power in 1261, the primary imperial residence reverted back to the Blachernae Palace, as it had been prior to the sacking of Constantinople. So, I mean, my point in all of this is there seems to be some going back and forth in terms of where the imperial residence is. And so I think we need to further think about how this factors in to what was seen by de Clary and where, and what was seen and talked about by Masoretes. So I don't know. I still need to think more about it, but it's such a complicated issue that it really, to do it justice, is going to require a lot more time than and that I think most people have put into it to try to fully tease it out. But the bottom line is that it's clear, it's very, very clear through numerous pieces of evidence that in Constantinople at the time of the Fourth Crusade and of the sacking of Constantinople, that the full-size burial cloth of Christ was there, which that is evidence that, basically says that the radiocarbon dating, or the interpretation of the results of the radiocarbon dating, because there's a big difference, because Bob Rucker thinks that the results are right, but that they're being interpreted incorrectly. But that just tells you that the whole idea that, the radiocarbon dates show that the Shroud of Turin is medieval, that's just hogwash. And again, it can't be a medieval piece of artwork if you can't explain how it can be art, or even through a natural process. So I rest my case.
Teddy, I've got a question, Teddy. So Downey does a history of Antioch and tells us that there was this awesome image of Christ discovered in the rebuilding of the walls there in Antioch. Where does, and you might have mentioned it, but I missed it, but where and when does the record state that a similar incident happened in Edessa, where the image of Edessa was discovered in this wall? Because it seems like both of these historical trails discover a cloth with an image on it in the wall. And Downey does the history of Antioch. He puts it. He describes this in Antioch. Where's the source and when's the date where you attach the image of Edessa being discovered in the wall?
I'm going from memory here, but I want to say that it's from the Chronicles of Edessa. Dale, is that ringing a bell?
Sorry, the Chronicles of Edessa? You mean the story of the image of Edessa from the 900s?
I'm fuzzy on this. I think there's something called the Chronicles.
Well, that's the Chronicles of Pseudo Zechariah. That supports the image of God incarnate. Like, it gives the legend of the image of Kamaliana and gives that fake history for it, kind of thing. Maybe you're talking about Avagrias. I forget how to say his name in 594.
Yes.
Sure.
What I was trying to figure out is that it seems that we can place an awesome image of Christ being discovered in 362 from the walls of Antioch. Downey, in his history of that city, seems to be able to tie that together. Where's the source for tying the image of Edessa being discovered in the wall of Edessa? When does that come about?
We've got where Constantine was writing about that in the Narratio, and I don't recall.
Sorry, no, that the first time that's mentioned is in 594 with Avagrias' history, Avagrias Scholasticus.
Okay, all right, and but the other thing is that I think sometimes we try to create an either or proposition. For example, okay, so an image of Jesus in Antioch, does that mean that nobody in Antioch or somebody visiting or an artist visiting Antioch couldn't have seen what was in Edessa and then painted an image of it? Or does that mean, we don't know?
The only thing is, Teddy, it's lost in a wall. Nobody knows about it. Under Ian Wilson's version, at least, unless you're modifying Wilson's hypothesis, it was lost in 57 AD and forgotten about. So nobody can be painting shroud-like things in the 4th century.
Well, I'm not a strict follower of Wilson's hypothesis. I mean, I think there are some parts that might work, and other parts it's like I just don't know. Ultimately, we don't. Again, as I've mentioned before, I think sometimes people try to put too fine a point on history. When how do we know where all the image of Edessa, where all it has been, who all has seen it? We just don't know. It's again, we're trying to pluck an apple from the tree of knowledge, demanding that we know everything before we believe that something is true. I mean, and the ultimate point of the image of Edessa is just to point to the existence of the shroud in Constantinople. So if somebody wants to reject whether the image of Edessa is the Mendelion and that's just a face, maybe that's the other thing. But I don't think so. To me, where is there another description of something the way that Gregory Referendarius describes the image of Edessa day after it comes there, and then that so inspires Constantine to write about it? Where is there a writing about the image of God incarnate? Where is a breathless sermon about that? I just, and who's to say that they're not the same thing? I don't know. I mean, the ultimate point is that the shroud, we're never going to have a perfect explanation for really anything in history. You're always going to be able to find something to nitpick at. Ultimately, what the triumph is of the shroud evidence is that it can't be reproduced. It's absurd to think that it can be created either through a natural process or an artistic process. So one has to explain that. And all the other stuff is a distraction and smoke and mirrors, because the shroud is not just a piece of evidence that is in a vacuum, which is what skeptics want to put it in. It's a piece of evidence that comes with a very distinct context. And the only way that God is going to allow a miracle to be proven is by creating something that none of us, mere humans can reproduce. I mean, that's the God flex, right? For a miracle. And that's what we have, because nobody can figure it out. I mean, even on small little samples, like when Hugh did his experiment with the bas relief and the malt vinegar and pigment. I mean, he still couldn't get. I mean, it's even a laundry problem. He had just this tiny little sample, and he still couldn't scrape away all of the pigment from it. So, if people just want to continue to doubt, well, those are the people that God says, okay, if you're trying that hard to deny me, well, then go your own way. And for Christians who want to deny the shroud with this evidence, I think a lot of times it's hubris that's motivating that. It's like, oh, I just want to be holier than thou. I don't need that evidence. And in the meanwhile, you're denying the blood of Christ that's on the shroud. So
Teddi,
people need to think about what they're doing when they're need anything. I just got faith alone. And it's like, oh,
So Larry.
Well, you make some good points. We agree so much. I'm just trying to get my facts straight, and I misspoke. Downey, when he connects the awesome image of Christ with Antioch, it's discovered in the 6th century. It was lost, I think, as Jack would say, in 362 in the 4th century. Justin the Apostate, that emperor. Anyways, maybe Dell can clarify it. So we can attach an awesome image of Christ being discovered in Antioch in the 6th century. Where does the evidence come for attaching a similar find to Edessa? Because as I understand it, that's what somebody is saying. Then I guess in the 6th century, the image was found in Edessa, but it also says it was found in Antioch. I don't understand the evidence, how it was discovered in Edessa.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just answer because Teddy, I don't think you know this, do you? But it's what I said before. So basically, the image of God incarnate is the first historically attested to archipoeta image, and the first mention of it. So it was in 362, Julian the Apostate. So it was hidden to protect it from these heretics and stuff like that, these heretic emperors and stuff like that. And it vanished until the siege of Antioch by Persia, by King Khosrow, right? That happened in 540 AD, as opposed to Edessa, which was 544. So it was rediscovered during this time in the 540s and was taken to Constantinople for protection. And it arrived there sometime in the mid 6th century, 540s, whenever. The first time it's attested to is in the Chronicle of Pseudo-Zechariah in 568 AD, where it's recounting the legend and talking about how the image of God incarnate's being paraded, and supposedly it was found in Camilliana in a well. So that's the false history that is being given to it, to take it away. Because if the emperor said, well, I got this from Antioch, he would have to return it to the bishop of that city and stuff like that. He couldn't keep it for his own imperial relic collection. So they're making this, Pseudo-Zechariah is making up a new history for it. And that's what divorces it. That's why there's a disconnect and a gap between, the shroud being held in Antioch and and now this image of Camilliana supposedly being hidden in the 1st century in a well and stuff like that. Now the image of Edessa, that comes later, and this is actually this 594. Avergrius Scholasticus is the first person who talks about the siege of Persia going after Edessa in 544 AD, and that's where the image of Edessa. What?
I think it was Procopius that first wrote about the siege of the Persians with Khosrow coming into Edessa, and Procopius only mentioned, he said that Edessa was saved by the Edessan military, as well as the letter from Jesus, like dealing with the whole Abgar legend. So that's giving some credence to the Abgar legend, but also within the same century, but not as close in time as Procopius, you have Evagrius Scholasticus, and he's the first person to say that there's an image that was being used, that was gotten from Abgar, that is an acheiropoeta, an image not created by human hands, and Evagrius is the one saying that they were displaying it and using it as a palladium to protect Edessa. So, we've got the information from Evagrius.
I just want to say, but Procopius was a contemporary of the war, but he doesn't talk. Larry was asking about, does he mention this image of Edessa as an archipoeta image? No, he doesn't. He just talks about the letter. So, the first mention is in 594 for you guys to a miraculous image, whereas for the image of God incarnate hypothesis, ours is much 30 years earlier in 568, in the late 560s, and that's the first mention. So that's why Jack postulates that the image of Edessa was a legend made up based on knowing the image of God incarnate and conflating that with this image in Edessa that's being held in Edessa. And hang on.
But isn't there a big time lag between when it's first noticed and when it's written about by the, what'd you say, the Pseudo-Zacharias and Julian the Apostate? Julian the Apostate, that's 362, and then it's only written about in 568. Or what did Julian the Apostate write? I don't know. I haven't done, I mean, it would take, months to years to fully flesh out these issues, and to do it properly, one would have to take everything down to the manuscript level and the original language, because I find, I mean, habitually, when I examine claims and take it to the manuscript, not just the translation of what something's supposed to say, but the actual original language, and then look at what is the word that was used in the original language, what are the possible definitions of the word, then you start to see some differences coming about. So to really do this justice, I mean, I feel like we're giving a response to Wallace in terms of things he's claiming, but if we were to do the issue justice of how much of the doctrine of Adi and what Eusebius, who was also an iconoclast, so Eusebius is only talking about a letter and not talking about an image. Did he possibly leave an image out? I don't know, but Eusebius claims that he went and was directly translating the Syriac texts from the Edessan archives. So I don't know. Did Eusebius leave something out because he felt that talk of an image was wrong, an image of Christ? I don't know. And that's why I think, we're trying to put too fine a point on historical things where we don't have people with firsthand information that we can cross-examine. So ultimately, we really just kind of need to focus in on the scientific evidence that we have regarding the shroud. And we know that it was in the inventory in Constantinople. So whether people want to think that's the same thing as the image of Edessa and or the Evangelion and or the image of God incarnate, we have clear descriptions of Jesus's burial shroud, and that there's also a separate thing that just has the image of Jesus on it. Now, is the separate thing that is referred to as being just Jesus's face, was that just Jesus's face, or is it folded up in a reliquary and we just see Jesus? I don't know. I mean, we weren't there. Again, we're trying to put too fine a point on it, and we don't have it. We're not biting from the apple of the tree of knowledge. So there's certain things that can be mysterious, but we know from science what the shroud is and what it is not and what it cannot be until proven otherwise. And I don't think that's ever going to happen in terms of somebody managing to reproduce the shroud with all of its qualities. And it was so funny.
I kind of want to just jump in, but I'll leave it up to Larry. We are over 4 hours, so I want to be respectful if we have to end. But I am curious, because you say it's all about the scientific evidence. Well, that's my point. That's what proves the dating is irrelevant. All of the scientific evidence is exactly the same. If scientific evidence is enough to say it's a miracle, then dating is irrelevant. Nothing about documents or dating is relevant then, because we have enough from the science to say it's a miracle. But I don't know if I want to. Do you want me to close out now, Larry, or do you want me to go?
I think I'm going to leave. I thank you so much. I learned a good bit, and I thank you for letting me contribute some.
No problem. Okay, so we'll close out in that case then. Teddy, do you want to discuss that briefly? I guess the relevance of the dating, or
to me, these are just my thoughts. I just don't think.
But actually, thank you so much, Larry, for joining us. It was awesome having you on board. I really appreciated you coming on and sharing your knowledge and stuff.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm honored. Thank you for the opportunity. Bye, Teddy. Thanks so much. Enjoyed it.
God bless.
Bye.
So I mean, my thing is I just think that the purpose of the shroud is evidence of Jesus's resurrection. I don't think it's just meant to be a miracle. I think its purpose in the evidence of rigor mortis, yet the image, that's speaking to resurrection. And to me, that carries the greatest weight, is if it is the cloth that was there at the time of the actual resurrection, not a God created, deja vu all over again reproduction. I just don't think
but carries the greatest weight. So you're talking emotionally, like theologically significance. It's more significant, but in terms of just from an evidential perspective, pure evidential value, it doesn't matter whether it's a copy or not. The scientific evidence alone proves, these images were miraculous and they're authenticating Jesus' death and resurrection. That's all you need. I get that for you think it's theologically better. They're more significant if it's actually Jesus' blood, but that from an evidential perspective, I don't care about. I agree with you that it's cooler if it's the actual blood he shed in 30 AD. It's more significant. It has more sentimental and perhaps theological value or something like that. But from an evidential value, these images are miraculous proof of the resurrection. It's the same either way. That's my point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that at minimum, we've got what your argument is, but I just think it would be an error to not push the evidence further, because the evidence does warrant going beyond what you're arguing. But yours is just like at minimum. And okay, I'm going with it at minimum because it's got, the evidence points that it has to be miraculously created. But I think that we have to use judgment and logic and reason. Did God really just do it to create a miracle or to show the miracle that resurrected Jesus? And is the evidence that Jesus made good on his falsifiable claims that he was going to be put to death, that he was going to be scourged, crucified, put to death, or he didn't specify crucifixion, but scourged, put to death, and rise again on the third day. And the shroud is the evidence of that. And Jesus was constantly showing miracles to show his divinity. And so if he was doing that on a smaller level while he was alive, why wouldn't he just go all out and with his ultimate claim show that he rose again and have evidence of that? Because Jesus was not all about just trust me and I'm not going to show you evidence.
But when you sorry, I'm trying to be fair with the media. I'm not trying to cut you off or anything, but just so you know, but that's the same thing skeptics say all the time, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Even if the shroud is the authentic burial shroud, even that a skeptic's going to say, well, why didn't God give us even better proof? Why he could have given us an actual videotape, and that would have been proof. There was no videos in 30 AD, but we've got a DVD copy of Jesus' resurrection on tape. That would have been better. That would have been even better from an evidential perspective and stuff. It would be undeniable to Richard Dawkins, or so. Like we can't. I think you're conflating your theological wants, which I would agree with. That it's better if we have evidence from the miracle, not just a miracle attesting to the miracle. But again, even if the latter is all we had, pretending the facts of reality were different, because you and I agree, the facts are we have evidence from the miracle itself. Wonderful. That's great. But from an apologetics perspective, if the facts of reality were different and all we had was evidence from a miracle attesting to the miracle, just like, the Gospels were inspired by people and they attest to the miracle. They're not the miracle itself, but it provides evidential value saying the miracle, the resurrection, took place, and that's good enough from an purely evidential apologetic standard. Is my point.
I mean, I agree. It's good enough, but it can be maximized, and you're not maximizing it, and I am. I mean, not that you don't maximize it, but you're bringing us the minimum, and I'm saying, yeah, it maybe, is it possible it was just a medieval miracle? Yeah, it's possible, but that just doesn't seem to be, in my judgment, what likely happened. So, because then that would leave the resurrection without its ultimate evidence. And, what's in the Gospels, I mean, you have nobody witnessed the resurrection. People witnessed the resurrected Jesus. And, we have writings about this, and I trust these writings, even though I don't have somebody here that can be cross-examined, and I don't have anybody's written description of what happened, and that they were cross-examined, and that they then signed their name to the writing, and it was notarized. We don't have that. But can we still trust it? Well, yeah, because there was absolutely no motive to lie. And these were the people who were in the position to know whether all of this is true or not. I mean, Christians were being persecuted. And if nothing else, they had the threat of being stoned to death by, especially former Jews, being stoned to death by Jews thinking that they're blaspheming. So there was absolutely no reason to make it up, and that's the most powerful argument for why we can trust what we've been told. But still, it's not as good of evidence as the shroud being the ultimate evidence that Jesus did what he said he was going to do. And to me, I think because God does like to provide evidence for his claims, to me, God just continued to provide us with evidence. And with these skeptics, there's nothing. You say that, if it was videotaped. No, they would say, somebody was doing smoke and mirrors. Like, you watch on TV where David Copperfield, the magician, makes an elephant disappear from the room and things like that. They're gonna say, somebody did some sort of magic trick, or somebody tinkered with the videotape. With certain people, they will never accept that which they never want to accept. They will always find some flaws, and God always makes it to where there will always be some way that a God denier is going to find a way to deny God. And God's okay with that, because if he wasn't, he wouldn't have given us free will, but he did. Because God's not interested in enforcing people to be in his company. And for those disgusted by God and who think he's a moral monster, God says, there's another place for you, and it's not up there with me.
All right, fair enough. I'll let it go at this point, because I think I've established you do agree with me. You just in terms of the principle, that the point that I'm trying to make, I think you agree with me. You just don't think it's true, and neither do I, kind of thing. And I believe the shroud covered the historical Jesus, so we have evidence directly from the resurrection itself. It's not very probably not, or medieval miraculous copy or something like that. But my point is, even if it was, if reality was totally different and this was an alternate reality and God gave us a medieval miraculous shroud, there's nothing ridiculous about believing in Jesus' resurrection and in Christianity on that basis. It's sufficient from an evidential perspective. That's my only point. But yeah. All right. Well, okay. Last point, Teddy, and then we got to end out.
And the last point is that we don't need a medieval miracle or the miracle of the Holy Shroud as a first century piece of evidence to believe that Christianity is true, because the Bible gives us more than enough evidence. I wouldn't say to a beyond a reasonable doubt level, like where it's 98%, but very compelling evidence to just on the Bible alone and what's written in it, to believe that the God of Christianity is true. But, God gilded the lily with giving us the shroud. So, let's not reject the gilt lily. Let's enjoy it.
All right, perfect. So with that said, I will end out. So yeah, the next show in August that I possibly have in the works, I'm hoping I'll hear back from Dr. Gary Habermas to come on and speak about his fourth and final volume, which is coming out on the Resurrection, Volume 4, on August 15th. So hopefully I'll be able to do the interview with Gary before that and give you guys a glimpse as to what is in that book, because that's the completion of his grand work on the Resurrection, his 4-volume series. Other than that, still trying to see what's going to happen with Cameron Bertuzzi, if he's going to invite me on to speak with Ethan Muse about the Shroud on capturing Christianity. So we'll see what goes on with that. And another interesting invite I got, Inspiring Than from Inspiring Philosophy is interested in having me speak about the Shroud on either on the Inspiring Philosophy or Inspiring Philosophy Academy channel. So we'll see when that gets worked out. But that'll be sharing Shroud evidence with a totally brand new audience there as well. But other than that, yeah, take care, everybody. And thanks for listening. And God bless. And Irish, yep, good night to you as well. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed the 4 hours there. So, all right. Bye-bye.